Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode number 17 of Selia, the New Order. Back again with a new episode. And we're just gonna skip any kind of small talk in the beginning because I don't have anything to say. I run out. I am now a dry fish on land, trying to get back into the sea. So, with that said, our first person to introduce himself is obviously...
That would be me. I am Greg, and I am playing Eirik Spanner, a human artificer who is basically terrified of everything that's happening in his life right now.
Hi, I'm Matt. I'm playing Dr. Fiera. She's just trying to figure out how to navigate Azathia. Right now, her new plan is to just kick back, relax, enjoy a show, and see if anybody interesting comes talking to her.
Hi, I'm Skit, and I play Isara Leafina, the High Elf druid / cleric, and she's a little bit out of her comfort zone right now, as she's literally going to see people fighting to their death for the very first time of her life in a recreational way. So yeah, she's a bit scared, but also kind of excited.
Alright, and then that brings it to me. I'm Felicia. I'm playing Arya, the Soul Knife Rogue, who's super excited for the battle that's about to begin. She wants to study movements and try to learn how to evade more effectively. So she's like a kid in a candy store right now.
in a hell candy store where the candy is the blood of other people. Very nice.
Episode title.
Kid in a candy store?
Yep.
The candy is blood.
The candy is blood. Eat it.
Oh, actually,
My God.
I actually really like that.
Haven't even done anything yet.
Got it in one, boys. Let's write it down. Yeah, it might be. If I'm unable to... Ooh. Good that I remind myself, because I have to finish editing the video today, otherwise I won't be able to upload it. So, quick real-time note-keeping from my side. Where I will just write edit on a piece of paper and have it here, and hopefully I will read it once the session's over. Yes, was that taken care of? And I definitely won't forget it. We shall come to our intro.
It's always sad to see people die. It really is. Rotten corpses infested with blight. The smell of burning flesh in the air. And the sight of your fellow friends heaped up in a pile. Burning away slowly and turning to ash. Really makes you start to think after a while, why the hell we even do this? It's not like we're getting anything from it anyways. No. In fact, all we get is seeing our comrades die, day after day. To protect the people is what some of us tell ourselves. But I've learned that any excuse to convince oneself will eventually wear itself thin, and you'll have to desperately find a different lie to convince yourself of continuing on. So you can truly believe I say? This is nothing personal. My life just wasn't that great. And now I ended up here. With you. But don't worry. It'll all be over for you shortly. And in a twisted way. I kind of envy you for that. I'm too scared to die. But someday I will. And I'll be happy when that day comes.
Yes. Yes. You will be happy when the day comes. It should be finished for everyone. Very nice. Then we will come to a quick recap. These legalities, at least 4 of them, no, 3 of them, I apologize, have acquired a new member to the party of the Fate Weavers after having coined their names by not only buying tickets for an incoming arena, but also participating in the one in the following boss. And that is where they have decided that the name should be Fate Weavers. That is correct, right? Fate Weavers, yes. And your new recruit, who was registered as Neon Fighter Telburn, you've kind of promised to, have a kind of a mentor-student relationship, at least with Fiera, as he signed a contract that would make him a, person under Fiera's supervision. And he kind of agreed quite willingly when you also kind of said that you would help him with his sister, as you found out that he had a little sister named Tila, and she was kind of living inside of one of the underground areas. Jesus Christ, help me remember the name. The Delaware district, exactly, where a lot of the refugees go and people who aren't able to acquire jobs on the upper world usually go down there, and so you've kind of migrated there. First, before going to Tila, you Mr. No, I forgot his real name. Christ.
Endel?
Yes, Endel. Holy shit. Oh man. Endel, not Neon Fighter Telburn, even though I wish to always call him like that. I requested to go to a kind of dealer's shop, because that is where he acquires one of the medicines he needs to make a sort of concoction that his sister has to drink, as you discovered that she is plagued by a curse, which you later found out is the Vilma's blood curse. And there you met a old Leonin, which is a lion person, who you try to kind of make a partner with, so you can sell the huge amount of drugs that you're actually carrying with you, which Arya revealed to the rest of the group. 50,000 gold worth of fluorescent ice salt, which can be turned into kilos and kilos of scratch. He obviously was a bit hesitant, since that is like kind of Elfenbein cartel area, and he's very aware of them and how dangerous they are. But after, dealing a bit, he was kind of willing to do that if he gets 40% of the profits that are being made if he does sell the blue glass and ice salt to further members, and then the other 60% would go to you guys. After that, you met with Tila, kind of had a heartwarming moment there, kind of learning that she's a kind of young, astute scholar in her own right, or at least she loves reading books. And as such, you kind of took her with you back to your own place up on the high plains, where she's now currently residing in the chambers of Fiera on the Anturian high plains, where she's taking care of the grooms and maids that reside there. And after that, and after a long day for at least Endel, spent training vigorously with Fiera, almost stabbing her to death actually, you took a night's rest and woke up excited to join the Velon Pit, an arena where it is rumored that people fight to the death. And as you went there underground, saw the big pit, a lot of people, a lot of ships around it, since it's sprawled in the middle of what looks to be like a large lake or opening that leads directly to the ocean itself. And people are excited. The vibes are pretty high. People are buying drinks and foods on the various stands that are lined on the large bridge that leads to this pit. 3 of you had to enter the normal way, or gained entrance to the kind of commoners or lower arena seats, because you can afford the rest. As you started to proceed into the seats of the actual arena itself, it's a circular arena, and there were not necessarily benches, but just the stairs are what kind of make up the benches, since it's just cut into the stone itself, and that naturally just makes seats, rows and rows of seats that you can place yourself on. You only were able to, unfortunately, go onto the 9th row, since you kind of arrived late, probably because Eirik was collecting his wheels to make God's gift. So you arrived a little bit late, and so you have to take the back rows here. You still have a good view of the entire arena at least, but you know, the people inside of the arena will probably be very small, and you will have to squint quite a bit to try and recognize what is happening, as the rest of the arena is abruptly filled. And you knowing probably the reason is because it's a very special occasion, since the worst criminal ever, as you have heard, is making an appearance here. And while the 3 of those were kind of taking their place there, sitting among the common folk, Mrs. Fiera and her ward, Neonfighter Tilborn, aka Endel, proceeded with their golden tickets to a high elevated spot, took a lift up, and entered into a chamber where the floor itself was made out of glass, as it's a kind of room that is situated atop the entire arena, looking over it. And it seems like these are like the sky lounge seats, where the people in there can have a direct view or a direct aerial view on everything that's going on in the arena, as it's placed directly above it. And as I stated before, last time, that's kind of where we're going to pick up. As you step inside of their Fiera, you can see there are quite a few people going on here. There are a few bards in one corner kind of playing some music. The ambience is really high-end. There are several tables set up with rows and rows of food. Seems to be like a buffet of some sort, where people are taking their pleasantries there, kind of, you know, preparing the foods they want to pick to eat while watching the events that are about to occur. And everyone here just seems to be in high attire. There's a red carpet leading onto it, but it has white and green stripes, kind of symbolizing the colors of Zunania itself. And yeah, you can see as you go in that on the sides there are other chambers, it seems like, where you can have a private conversation. It seems like private booths, but they're also on the very end of this room, and it's a circular room. There are 2 like large kind of like silver metal rods that are placed on the room. There are a few seats, like very luxurious couches, almost like cinema couches looking towards it. And in the center of the room there are multiple rows of just seats that are spaced wide enough that you can sit on, presumably to kind of sit there to watch what is going on down there. And the rest is kind of like a mingling space, very free form. and people are walking around. A lot of people are talking with each other because it seems like this is like an event that people use to kind of do business, talk, and communicate. And as you step inside, you are greeted by a half-elven butler. Seems to be quite young, maybe in the 30s. He kind of just approaches to you and Endel, and he has like a tray of what seems like different margaritas, and then just kind of holds them to you and says, "Welcome to the Sky Lounge. Please have a treat as our valued guest." And he just kind of hands the tray over for you to.
I appreciate it.
And also takes one like, "Ooh, very nice. If there's anything you request or need, we have pleasantries and enough food and drinks on these tables. You are free to take any that you want. If you wish to have a personal seat at either the theatrical screen," and then he kind of points towards the two rods that are placed there, or if you wish to have a more authentic view, you can take one of the seats in the middle. Other than that, you are free to roam these places, and if anything else that you need or require assistance with, you can just ask one of the attendants, and they will be happy to assist you in whatever things you wish to have done.
Of course. I appreciate the welcoming.
Very well. And then he kind of goes past you, and then you can see two other people behind you also appear from the lift, and then he starts attending to them too.
I'll whisper to Endel, feel free to enjoy yourself, but today, remember, you are my bodyguard, at least while we're here. So don't leave me alone too far.
Yeah, I don't really feel comfortable going too far, if I'm gonna be honest. This is... Wow, didn't expect this to be underground. Kind of looks over.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Is there anything I should keep specifically I should keep an eye out for?
Don't let anybody behind me.
Well, that's impossible. Like, if you turn around, then people will be behind you.
You'll get the hang of it.
Okay.
Then I'll stride forward into the room. Do I recognize anybody?
I can make a perception check looking around.
Oh. And you get better glasses. Let's see.
Gonna polish them.
Rolls.
15.
Alright, 15.
You don't recognize anyone directly, as you kind of step in at the first glance on the people you see here. Definitely a lot of nobles or high-end merchants or leaders of guild members. You can see a lot of them wear guild crests and stuff like that.
Oh.
But one or figures that kind of grab your attention, I would say, is one that stands out among the rest of the others, because not only is he flanked by two of these extremely high-end guards, dwarven guards that you've seen outside with these kind of lion-maned helmets with, the kind of golden manes there, and then a central figure who has his helm kind of taken off. Extremely large armor with a big lion's head in the middle, a large tuft of blonde hair coming out from underneath his beard. Also seems to have very slicked back and combed blonde hair on his head. A very wide stature, but still squat for a dwarf, who's currently holding conversation with seems to be like a older high elf who also has blonde hair, and he wears kind of these white robes. And for a minute, you might have mistaken him for a Holy Lich's member with the coloration, because he also has a lot of gold trim on the clothing he's wearing. But you soon recognize, it's just kind of a color scheme he has chosen and enjoys, and doesn't have any Holy Lich's acquainted symbolisms on his clothing. And they're currently having a conversation. And the other person that would immediately jump out to you is kind of talking amongst the other group of people, a larger group of people actually, is this large bulking figure in a very, very tight suit that looks extremely uncomfortable. Is this big Goliath who has he's covered in scars and scars and scars and scars, and he seems to be making a typical, trying to socialize face of it, but you can immediately see that that's not his strong suit. It's this big burly guy who's obviously a warrior of some sort, but he's kind of making small talk to some of the associates here.
Interesting.
And the last person you would kind of take note of is kind of standing a bit alone in one of the rooms, kind of already seated on one of the chairs that is overlooking the middle and not at the kind of sky theater, is also a high elf, seems to be male, middle age. You can see a bit of aging starting, but not too much, who has somewhat similar robes as Kendith, in the sense that they have kind of made in the same way, but the color is a bit different, who's also just, kind of just lounging there for the moment, it seems like. And as a spellcaster, you kind of get a same notion of just in the air as they keep themselves, that they probably are in the same vein. And with the clothing itself is
right.
Yeah.
Probably from COVID.
Yeah.
Okay. I won't approach anyone yet. I will just make sure I kind of walk around the room in a way that I walk in front of everybody, so they know I'm there if they're looking.
Okay.
And just make small talk to Endel and grab some food and lounge.
Okay. After a short while, you see this big burly figure approach you with this extremely tight suit. It's a green suit actually, with a white shirt underneath it and a very silly looking bow that he has tied incorrectly. As he kind of goes to you, he says,
Oh, I haven't seen you here before. You must be new to the Sky Lounge at least. What is your name, young missus?
Oh, no, thank you for the compliment. Yes, it's my first time here. I'm Fiera. I'm actually from, well, not here.
Yes, I can tell you are wearing quite a unique dress. And I presume this is your attendant?
Oh, yes, you don't need to speak to him.
Alright, just making sure.
and they'll kind of
Well, anyways, as a first-time customer, I'm very glad to have you here. I am the owner of Develop-It, Bruder Ghost Splitter. I'm very pleased that you have come here and spent precious money to gain a golden ticket. So I hope you will enjoy your stay here.
Yes, thank you. Accommodations will do, but I do plan to enjoy the fight. I hear it should be unique.
Oh, yes, a very special spectacle occurring today, so it's a very good day you chose to come here. Or did you come here today specifically to see the spectacle?
Oh, I would just happen to be nearby.
Now then, what great luck for you. Surely this is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Surely this won't happen again. We had a contract with Scholars, and they wish to have their worst criminal set inside of a stage to see if anyone can meet up to his might. So, yes, to see if the Azathians can hold up to whatever legacy their criminal holds.
Yes, I will, well, I'd like to see what they have to offer. And with this man, who's apparently famous for hurting people, what he can actually do.
Yes, I am just excited as everyone else here. Oh, my blood is boiling. Can't wait to see this guy. I've read numerous legends, kind of inspired me as a youth. What time of crime behind me?
Well, that's good to hear.
Yes, in older ages you cannot keep up with crime work, Your body gets old and your muscles get weak. So I employ to make this pit so people can let their vigor out, and I can also make a bunch of money on the side.
Yeah, well, that's quite smart of you.
Well, if there's anything you need, I would also love if you can, maybe recommend Pit to anyone else of your associates. And if you would be happy to leave a review if there's anything you didn't like, to please say one of our attendants. and we'll try and correct it for your next visit.
That I'll do exactly that. Thank you.
Very well then. Oh, I apologize. Have I learned your name yet?
It was fear.
Ah, Fiera. Sounds familiar. Anyways.
And then he kind of just enjoy his day, and then he goes to the next people who kind of walked in. Ah, hello. Yes, welcome to the Villa Prince Sky Lounge. Thank you for. Okay, and then you just keep lounging around, and they're keeping an eye. Actually, we'll roll for Endo. Pretty good. After a while, you know, as you kind of skim through the snack bar, you see Endo just, as a first-time guy going to a buffet, you obviously make the mistake of taking way too much on your plate, and he's doing exactly that, and it seems extremely inappropriate. Everyone is like taking one thing of, you know,
Right.
one
Like you
thing
should.
and then leaving, and then he's like taking 1 or 2 or 3 of everything and putting on his plate, and he just kind of goes to you and says, "Man, what a waste! Why is there only taking one thing on a plate? They have to wash it every single time. I mean, it's more efficient this way."
Well, it's your first time here. Just enjoy yourself.
I am. It's great food.
Great.
And he just is keeping his eye out. Is there anything you would like to do while you're there?
Not at the moment. I guess I'll just find a place to sit. Not at the rods, but at the, I guess, more open area where I can actually see.
Yeah, okay. Then you kind of sit. Where in relations to the kind of other wizard would you sit? They are kind of on.
What?
You can imagine it's like a circle, and they're sitting on the right side, and they're like about 4 rows of seats going like outward, and they have taken the place at the very center. Yeah,
Oh.
you get a good view.
You know, one of those things where it's like close, but not too close. You know, like if I wanted to, I could probably scoot over, or he could scoot over if he wanted to.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, the seats are quite far apart. There's like always at least 5 feet distance between each thing, and then like almost 7 feet behind the next one. And so you have extreme good view when you look down to see everything. And as you sit kind of on there, it's an extremely comfortable chair. And then Endo is kind of like, I guess I should just stand next to you?
Yeah, I apologize about that. Yeah, you can walk around nearby if you like, if you don't want to get stiff.
Okay. And you just kind of, you know, taking a little circle, orbiting around you a bit. You can also see that the chair has like, similar to like airplane chairs, where you can take a tray out of the side of the chairs.
Oh.
You can take that out. You can see the left one is a tray where you can put in food and snacks and like that. And you can see the right one has a mirror that comes out, a large mirror that comes out. So you can sit straight, but the mirror claps up in a way where it then faces downwards, so you don't have to like sit like this all the time.
Hurt your neck. Yep.
Yeah, so you can have a comfortable viewing experience there, as it is kind of placed there.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll just fidget with that a little bit. I guess I'll look over. Does the elf notice I'm sitting nearby at least? Has he like peeked over?
Yeah, definitely taking notice that you came there, especially with, you know, the big platter that Endo was carrying with him. It's kind of, everyone took note of that. And
Perfect.
he probably just, you know, gave you a nod as, you know, to show that he has taken awareness of your presence. You know, just a polite courtesy.
Yeah, I'll give him like a polite wave.
Yes, and you can see that he also has his kind of desk folded out. The mirror isn't out yet, and he has like a few inkwells and quills on his table, and seems to be like a a piece of parchment where he has scribbled some things on it.
He's within 100 feet, right? Easily.
Yeah, since you took the seat
Yeah,
next to him, yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Then I'll just send him a message with my cantrip. And just say, have you been to one of these before?
Kind of pokes up.
Okay. Unexpected surprise? No. I actually detest these kind of things, but for studying purposes, I made an exception for this one.
Send another one. What field of study are you looking into?
Arcane history and its origins.
I can't imagine you'd find too much here.
Well, I hope to be proven wrong. I believe that it's a quite curious case that I won't be able to study after today's events. So I wanted to take the opportunity. By the way, I would like to know the name of the individual I'm talking to. I presume it is...
And then he just kind of looks towards you and just kind of makes a gesture.
I nod. Dr. Fear.
Interesting. I see you have some Holy Lichness gowns on. Presume you are associated?
Yes, I'm just traveling for work.
Holy Lichness work or personal work?
Well, both, of course.
Oh, I did not expect Holy Lichness to come to this kind of an event where it seems to be against your own personal laws to witness manslaughter and celebrate it.
Well, if you don't tell anyone, then neither will I.
Very well. My name is Verman Goldstab.
Which I will write.
Thank you.
Then, for which purposes have you then come here? Also for studying or for enjoyment?
Well, I guess for both.
Very well.
Well, enjoy the show.
Yes, you as well.
And then he kind of just goes back to his things and then starts sorting his pens. Seems like he has like a little bit of OCD, where he's trying to, have the pens spaced evenly and that they're all straight on the tray. Yeah, we all know that. Okay, then as you're kind of lounging there, we're gonna take a quick switch over to the other people who are still inside of the normal pit. People are gathering around. People are now, you are completely, surrounded in a sense. People are left to you, people are right to you, people are in front of you, and people have now started to sit behind you. Almost every single one of them with some sort of beverage in hand and some sort of snack on sticks. And yeah, is there anything you would like to do? Christ, anything you would like to do as you lounge there?
Ithera would most likely craft herself some sort of mossy cushion to sit down, just cause
Nice.
she's never had to sit on something so hard in her life. So she's like, yeah, I'm gonna make myself some padding, and she's just gonna kind of druid craft herself a tiny little spot where she can sit down a little more comfortably.
Right, very nice. Yep, it's easily done. Bit of moss sprouts from the chair. And you have a bit of bum padding. What about the other people?
I would probably be like just looking around, to see like the type of people that are sitting near us, making sure that I don't have to like worry about who's sitting next to us.
Yes. Okay, then make a perception check, I guess. $14. And you can also make an insight check to kind of, gauge the sort of vibe. 11. Yeah. It's very crowded, so it's hard to focus, and especially with, a lot of people small talking amongst each other. Some people louder, some people less. A lot of people seem to be already drunk for the coming spectacle. Wide variety of different people are here. You see everything from, typical half elves, even a few high elves and wood elves, to dwarves, to even goblin noids. You see a few furbolgs sprinkled among the populace here. And most of them do seem to be, of the rougher variety, probably also denizens of the underground itself. You occasionally get a glance from, someone who seems to be a bit more self-sustained, in the sense that they probably come from the upper regions, who have a bit more coin in their pockets, but they seem visibly more uncomfortable sitting here than the other people. The vibe you get is a mixture between excitement, so it's probably like around 90% excitement, but you do get a very faint sense of kind of unsettledness, or almost like kind of bordering on fear a bit.
Okay.
That might just be me.
Yes, it might just be Eirik whose feelings are 10%. The obvious other thing is that the entire outer perimeter of this arena is surrounded by these dwarven guards with these lion-shaped helmets that cover their faces, like literally the entire perimeter of it. And you can also quite obviously see to your left side this huge weird ship that is also here. It's a squad ship with what seems to be like a fort on top of it, with these two large war golems kind of currently standing there in patrol. And then obviously from where you came, can kind of, as you look up from down under of where you are, you can also see like the heads of the other two war golems you walk past to step inside of here. So that's obviously also in your vicinity that you would take notice of.
Alright, then I'm just gonna sip on my ale and just make. Oh, I'll check in with the guys. Hey guys, how's your seats up there?
Oh, we can't hear you.
Oops. They're actually quite wonderful. Very accommodating. I can see everything from up here, actually. It's pretty nice.
Alright. Well, everything's fine and dandy here. Hopefully your
great.
seats are better. We're just on, like, steps.
Oh, I can see the entire arena.
Oh. Well...
And they're quite comfy as well.
Mr. Fancy Pants, or Mrs. Fancy Pants.
I did actually meet the owner. He seemed very excited, so should have a good show on our hands.
Alright.
While this is happening, Eirik, as you're kind of sitting there, you can see like there's like a dwarf that's been, downing his second tankard. He kind of just nudges you on the side, and he said, "Oi, you want to make a bet?
No, thanks.
You sure?"
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's my first time here. I very overwhelmed. I just kind of want to sit and watch and try to get, just understand what's going on.
Oh, trust me, young
Thank
one.
you, though.
Oh, trust me.
First time's the best time. That's what they say.
Kind of winks.
And believe me, if you're stressed and stuff like that, if you've got a bit going on, your mind will be focused on that, will help you relax a bit.
I don't think I've relaxed in years. And putting my money on things that I don't know anything about is not going to help that. So thank you. But I will. I'll pass.
Oh, you know fun. How about you, lasses?
And then kind of talks to you, Isoel.
Oh boy, a little bit, eh? Entertain this young dwarf here.
Well, no, thank you. And I'm gonna start looking around, kind of to Arda and trying to get her to give some attention to that guy, so that the attention shifts off me, and I'm just gonna kind of hide behind Irek, like I don't exist, I'm not here.
Oh, come on. Oh, I'm sitting on the worst fucking place, haven't I? How about you, lasses? Come on. A little wager.
Who's the favored to win?
The favorite. Oh, I want to just bet on to see whether or not you think they can kill the fucker that is coming here today.
Well, considering this is our first time here, I'm not even sure who all the fighters are or what they look like. So I don't feel like placing my money on somebody that I don't even know what they look like and what their competitors look like.
Oh no, you got it all wrong, lass. There are always new people here. I even don't know who's fighting. That's what I'm saying. Do you think the criminal will win or the new fighters that have come here today?
Well, considering that I'm sitting in these seats with my friends, I think that we're just here to enjoy the experience. I appreciate you offering to place a bet, but I don't think that's in our cards right now. I just kind of want to see what it's all about.
It's all about betting. Lasses, it will be a lot more fun if a bit of money's on the line. I'm not asking for much, only 5 silver.
$4 silver, huh? How about this? I'll give you 4 silver for the new guy.
The new guy? Yeah, do you mean the criminal?
No, not the criminal, the other one.
Gotta be a bit more specific, lass. I do not know what you're talking about.
See, like I said, I don't know what I'm doing.
Now you confuse him. He's like,
Alright, how about we just say if one of the fighters wins, you get 4 silver from me. If one of the criminals wins, I get 4 silver from you.
I can do that.
Right. So there are 8
I'll go
fights.
shake his hand.
okay, he shakes his hand. So,
8 fights.
Okay.
Each time a criminal wins, I win. Each time a fighter wins, you win. 8 times.
Okay.
Alright. So,
looks back at the Irek and Isoel. So,
you wanna go in too?
Nope. Nope. Thanks.
Alright then.
and then he turns around.
What about you? Hey, wanna make a wager?
And then he starts
Nah.
talking to everyone who's around him.
Can we see the fancy seats from where we are?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's made in a way so everyone can see it. Plus, if they can see everyone else, everyone can obviously see them as well.
Well, true.
But it is a, like I said, a glass structure, like a glass tube that's come down. but the glass is stained, so you can't really look inside of it very well. You can see silhouettes and stuff like that, but it'd be hard to make out specifics or details of people inside there unless they're standing right next to the glass itself.
Right.
I mean, you can make a perception check to see if you can see Fiera if you want to.
Oh, I might as well.
Holy shit! Yes!
Roll? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, you kind of look up, and it was in the first 5 seconds you can see the chairs from underneath them, and because she sit in the way where you can directly look at her, you immediately see her how she's, you know, kind of just sitting there lounging, and then Endale is kind of walking around her. And you have like just this kind of eagle-eye view suddenly. I would say that because of your goggles, the way you construct them, it has a weird effect. It can kind of look through the tainted glass. For you, it's just clear glass. I would give for a natural 20. I would definitely give you that. It's just kind of a surprise side effect that you didn't account for. So you can see like almost everyone in there. You can also see the kind of guard that is talking to the kind of weirdly dressed nobles there, and then you can see a big burly guy talking awkwardly to the other guys, and then the buffet is also there, so you can have like a worm view perspective of the Sky Lounge.
Nice. I'm also gonna just take a quick look sort of just around the seats, like how many entrances and exits are there?
Of the arena itself?
What was that?
Of the arena itself, you mean?
Yeah, like just kind of getting a sense of, you know, where people come in and out of.
Yeah, already preparing an escape route, I see. Okay.
Yes.
There is only one entrance and exit that is behind you. However, there aren't really like specific entrances because it isn't enclosed. Like I said, it's kind of just, it's flat on the top, so you could literally walk out anywhere and it would lead directly to the docks. There's just a step there that you have to climb down off, but it's a step, so it's literally a few inches from the floor.
Right.
And then the one kind of official stairs that are small enough stairs that you can walk normally on, or not the bench-like stairs that you're sitting on, is where you came in from. So yeah, so it's an open space, so you could literally just run out if you wanted to.
Great.
Yes.
I'm just gonna literally start just sitting there, just like fidgeting with any little tool or knickknack I have, just super nervous energy, just waiting for something to finally happen.
Yes. And as you kind of, you know, looking around, inspecting the arena a bit, obviously see where the fighters will come from. Well, you're not muted. So we have the famous cat talk of Skit. You witnessed it here today. And she's embarrassed. Yeah, as you are inspecting the, you know, just the general layout, you can see that in the arena itself, there are like doors, which you presume the fighters will come out of, and they are also numbered. Just from the way they are laid out in space, there are probably around 8 doors there. And there are also 8 pillars that are set inside of the arena itself. And you can see that some of them have like chains dangling from them where weapons are attached. So presumably, you know, fighters can utilize some of the weapons that have been placed inside of there. And yeah, you're just lounging there as well. The guy next to you trying to persuade anyone within a 15 feet radius to make a wager with him of 4 silver. Most of them decline. There are a few that even up his ante to 1 gold even. And there he starts hesitating. He's like, oh, but then he agrees because he's drunk.
How close is he to us?
He's sitting directly next to Eirik.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's extremely loud, talking the entire time. Come on! Only 4 silver! Ich such Mocha-Masken hier! Ach, you're no fun! How about you? And he just keeps on going.
Does it look like he has money on him? Like, can I see like a pouch or anything?
Just following with that natural perception check, you do see like a kind of bulge in his like left chest, where presumably he has not that bulge, and not in his pants either. So you presume either he has a weird left tit, or a growing tumor, or it's a money pouch.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so you presume, yeah, he probably has some coin. It could be filled with copper though, so you don't know. Yeah. Okay, and with that we will kind of switch back to the Sky Lounge for one last time before this thing starts. And, you know, as time passes and you're lounging here a bit and the, you know, kind of looking around, you do see that people are now taking their seats, and the seats are slowly filling. You do see a lot of them are actually going to the kind of Sky Theater, where these two large wards are. But also a lot of people are kind of making their seats comfortable there. You do see that at some point the what's it called? The kind of college representative or guard who had his helm off, and does take his, not leave, but he goes into one of those private chambers with his guards, and with the kind of noble guy he was speaking with, and they're going inside of there. And he seems to be like the only one currently who has went into one of these private chambers.
Interesting. I could probably imagine you could probably view the fight from in there too. So if I look down on the arena, how big is the arena itself, like the fighting pit?
It's quite big. It is several hundred feet wide, so at least 300. Yeah. So it is bombastic.
Big. And does it look like there's a good amount of security around it, like the pit itself?
Inside of the pit, you mean?
Like they'll be fighting in the pit, so like I assume there's like some sort of barricade or like walls. But then is there security by the walls?
Yeah. So it is quite a big dip. There isn't like a wall per se that is built, but it just goes deeper into the ground, around maybe like 60 feet or so. No, 60 feet is way too much. Maybe like 30 feet. I apologize. So there's like a 30-foot high leverage between, you know, viewer and that, and then obviously there's a little kind of what's it called? I guess barricades to stop people from, you know, just jumping inside of it. And most of the guards, and you can see it very clearly here, like I said, are these dwarven guards with these lion helms that have completely enclosed the space, but there doesn't seem to be any measures put inside of the seating area itself, probably because it would disrupt a lot of the view if a guy was standing in front of everyone.
I suppose. Then how's the lighting done? Because we're underground, right?
Yes, you are underground. There are multiple, from the Sky Lounge itself, multiple points on the edges that are illuminating, probably arcane lights, not flame torches or like that, almost like an LED that is shining directly down onto the arena, so it's a top-lit scenario. There are a few sconces and torches that are set around the arena that you saw as you came here, and the interior with these 8 columns that are inside of there also have torchlight on them. So there's a lot of lighting going on here. Especially it seems like a lot of the light comes from the Sky Lounge itself. But it's almost like casted in a way that even if you look up, it isn't like kind of blinding you. It almost seems like it's just like natural daylight. It's kind of casted in this weird way where it isn't like a direct light that's just shining brightly, but a kind of luminescent and global illumination.
Okay. Then, besides the elevator that came in and where I guess everybody else came in, does it look like there Like I was looking for. Is there like an exit beside that, beside the private rooms?
When you stepped in and you look around, doesn't seem like it. It seems like the only entrance and exit is that elevator. Since you are aloft in the sky, everything else is like just clear glass and you don't see any doors. But there.
Okay, lovely. Okay, then last thing. If I can I tell if the glass we're on is like fortified with like arcane magic, or is it just glass?
You can make an, I guess, investigation check.
Gosh. Looks like glass.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to tell if it's. You would have to kind of either use a spell to find out, or what's it called? Kind of, look at where the enchantment would have been placed. But you're just currently looking at plain glass, so it's literally almost impossible to tell.
Okay. Okay. I'll just relax and get ready for the show.
Okay. And they will obviously kind of then, after walking around a bit, just kind of also step to you and says, I guess a few people are seated behind you, if you want to know.
Yes, that's good information. If everybody does approach, just make sure to stop them and ask what they want first.
Right. That's about it. A lot of deals going on here, but I guess that's not.
Quite a few.
And then he just. Okay, seems like it's about to start. I'm gonna take a few more snacks from the buffet. And he kind of runs off. Quickly.
Be quick.
And just goes the entire row, stacks his entire plate, and he comes back. And he starts
That's fine.
eating.
Yeah.
And he also seems to be quite excited. You do see he's like a little bit distracted since, of his food and the areas in, and just the hype.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's fine. He can enjoy himself. It's about to get crazy.
Okay, so after a certain point, you do see that one of the arena doors opens up. The one with the number 1 sport on top of it, kind of painted with this white paint. The doors themselves are colored green. Obviously, everything here has a Zuna and Nia-esque kind of, what's it called, color scheme with it. You can see a stout dwarf walking out. Seems to be a bit more slimmer than the average one, if I had to put it in any way, who is coming out, and you can see he is also accompanied by a smaller gnome who is carrying a kind of what can only be described as a modern microphone. But instead of a modern microphone on the end, there seems to be just like a circle in it. But the ones with an astute eye, like Arya, for example, can see that there's a little glow inside of it. But it's also attached to a metal rod with a metal stand there. And the guy's coming in and placing it into the middle. So the gnome first runs in as the door opens, places it there. And then the guy's kind of walking toward it slowly. And as he does walk in, you can see that's kind of an official announcement that it starts. And then they start beating drums as it opens up, and the people start cheering as an official announcement that stuff is going on. Kind of walks in with pride, obviously, kind of trying to get in with the vibes that is currently being filled here. He's dressed also in a very similar suit as the pitmaster, Mr. Bludar, sorry, with this very form-fitting and actually fitting him green suit and white collared shirt underneath it. a very nicely placed tie sitting neatly behind that collar. And as he kind of walks to the center, he kind of takes a moment to look at the crowd, and then he raises his hands, and then the crowd goes silent to listen to what he has to say as he grips the microphone. And then he says, "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Velon Pit Fight of Crowns. Who shall win today's event and be crowned the new pit champions for this vast and earn not only the Velon Crown of Jaws, but also 100,000 gold." And as he says that prize money, you can immediately see the crowd goes ballistic. That is more said than what you initially heard was the prize money. And he continues to speak as the crowd keeps roaring. "Yes, people, you heard me correctly. Today's prize money is a total of 100,000 gold, and the winners will walk away with all of it. A one-time opportunity that surely will not happen again anytime soon. As a special treat awaits us in today's event, and I hope that you're all ready and excited for the glory and hopefully justice that will be served today." And then once again, the crowd goes insane. But let us not further delay as we now come to today's event. Today's event style shall be the gallows. We have selected the worst criminals that are housed in the deepest dungeons of Azathia, who are sentenced with the death penalty and are releasing them here today for their last chance to win their freedom. Our warriors must kill the criminals in order to go on to round number 2. And the criminal must kill the warriors to regain their opportunity for life. The stakes are all or nothing. Who shall prove themselves more worthy? Will our champions prevail, or will we have to free the shackles of these convicts who are fighting for their life? In round number 2, all successful champions will be pitted against the worst of the worst, the meanest of the meanest, and the cruelest of the cruelest. There will be no more than 2 rounds today, for our warriors will need all their strength and cunning. They have to fight this primordial evil. Once again, the people are going to the edge of their seats. Everyone's drinking, cheering, and jeering as he continues to speak. An individual brought all the way from the most secure dungeon in Colors to our shores to see if anyone is able to kill this man today. Colors are the ones sponsoring today's event, specifically the Lion's Mane Royal Guard. And they will be the ones rewarding the prize money of 100,000 gold, as they have failed to have this man killed in their own event, the Valhalla Tournament of Champions. They are now trying foreign shores to seek anyone capable of the task. A criminal who has survived all execution attempts. He could not be hanged. He could not be drowned. He could not be burned or poisoned. He could not be stabbed or decapitated. A nightmare incarnate who only exists to haunt us. He has been spending the last 380 years in the most secluded and isolated prison days built just for him. He has been living there without food or water and hasn't seen daylight since the day he was put there. The man who haunts our nightmares and has made his way into our folklore, which we use to warn our very children. A man whose evil is beyond that of even a demon, known by many names. The greatest evil, the old sinner, the old killer, the defiler of children, the blood omen. We are talking, of course, about the death-touched pagan, Calyx the Everdamned. And once again, the people are crazy. People are now standing up, they're shaking each other. You can see as the people are kind of, embracing a bit of fear as this is being announced. This will be the one and only time that anyone will be able to witness him. For after this, he will either hopefully be dead or be locked back into his dungeon for eternity. For he shall not receive the generous offer of freedom even if he succeeds. For those of you who are worried, you may rest assured we have made the highest security precautions there was inside of the Vellum pit. He will be in shackles at all times. We will have 4 war golems from Goddess Special Construct Military Division at the ready, and the entire Lion's Mane Royal Guard are here also in case he attempts to escape. So you can rest assured that we have everything under control at all times. Once again, people are now starting to more talk with each other and, just plainly screaming and shouting as they're kind of discussing, will he try and escape? Will he be able to escape this time? Stuff like that. While in the Sky Lounge, you can see now the Sky Theaters, these 2 rods now have started to connect with a light that is now projecting an image, almost as if a camera is on the spot itself. So you have like a theater view of what is going on. And the people inside of the arena, you do see like a kind of swimming light that is glowing on the arena, which seems to be the very source of where this image is being projected. Kind of like an illusionary camera that is directly live showing what is happening. You do see in the Sky Lounge itself, some people of the nobility are kind of looking concerned at each other, also kind of addressing their worries of this guy they're about to witness, but others are also like smiling and then, kind of cheering and taking a drink of whatever alcoholic beverage they're currently down. And then the guy in the middle continues to speak. But let us come now to our introductions. As usual, we have our pit master, who shall be overseeing today's event and be our judge if it is required. Bruder Splitter! And he just kind of gestures up, and you can see that from the Sky Lounge itself, where these lights are, an image of Bruder's Splitter is being projected as a big phantom kind of hovering above the arena. And there's an image of Bruder Splitter who's kind of just waving like this, looking around, but very awkwardly in his very tight suit and stuff like that. And of course, as mentioned previously, today as a special guest, we have the Lion's Mane Royal Guard, and leading them and overseeing the safety measures of today's event is none other than 4-star General and Commander of the Lion's Mane Royal Guard, Windsburn Coldseal the Brave. Once again, an image of this dwarven figure is being projected. And of course, in our lovely Sky Suite, we have our generous patrons, including none other than owner of the Gold Bow Estate Commission, Thomas Bauberg, who has been sponsoring the event for many years and the reason the Sky Suite exists in the first place. And here, the image gets projected from the guy who the Collis guard was talking to. This somewhat middle-aged or older high elf with blonde hair, white dresses with gold trimming. But now, let us come to the introductions of our warriors who will have to face today's trial. Oh, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to know if we could get a spell check on all of those names, maybe at the break or something.
Yes.
Because I know there's going to be a lot of names being said, but I'd like to have them for us later on.
Of course, I can do that. Oh, I'm in the voice now.
Thank you. That's all.
Yes, he continues to say, But now let us come to the introduction of our warriors who will have to face today's trials. First, we have from our own shores Azathia, a group of deceivingly pretty women, the Dancing Ivy. But don't be fooled, for while their looks are stunning, their skills are too. Able to control their environment just as well as the men that swarm around them. You can see that the first door once again is opened and a group of what seems to be like 4 female halflings come out. They are dressed kind of like smaller skirts, but have like armor that is made of entwining ivy that spreads around the entire body. And they come stepping in and wave to everyone, kind of embracing the atmosphere. Our second contestants, also from Azathia, but are definitely on the other side of the spectrum, both visually and skillfully. The Horn Brothers. This power duo have made their way here to show that 4 horns are better than 2. Having been enlisted as personal guards for high-stunning nobility in Azathia, they have earned their way through the ranks of rough and tumble warriors whose brawn is their greatest weapon. And then stepping inside, you can see tall, towering, big minotaurs stampeding inside. Both have a great axe on the shoulder and a great sword that's also whipped around in a cross formation. And these are like large, burly figures. Each one of them is maybe like almost 8 feet tall as they step inside. And they too are kind of feeling the lust that is being projected inside of the arena. Then for our third contestants, whose origins is unknown, but their name was definitely inspired by Kalik's title itself, we have the Death Touch Whisperers. This group of mysteriously robed figures shall hopefully bring some change to the mix, and they are here to prove that they are more dangerous than the Death Touch pagan himself. And then stepping inside, this time we have a group of 3 black-robed figures. You can't really see any details of race. They seem to be quite tall, but they're completely shrouded in darkness and you can't see their faces as they also enter. And they don't make any gestures to the crowd, they just seem to be, in their own space. Then we have for our 4th contestant, from the hills of Southern Colors, the infamous Wall Crusher. This ogre has made his name by terrorizing the village folk and guards alike, by vandalizing the property and destroying every wall he sees. But he has since the days of wall crushing become a famous mercenary, traveling all over for jobs, and is now today to prove all his might and strength. And then now going inside is a huge ogre who is even bigger than the 2 minotaurs that stepped beforehand. He seems to only be wearing a loincloth and a kind of a leather shoulder pauldron on the side. A big club that he's currently holding over one shoulder. That is obviously just a tree trunk, and no effort has been made to make it look like a weapon. He just probably took it before he entered inside of the arena from the outside and is kind of walking inside. He's also smiling. 2 big tusks coming out. Very ugly and distorted face. Very asymmetrical. His right eye seems to be way higher than his left eye. And yeah, he also is kind of just like waving, smiling and nodding as he steps inside. And for our 5th contestant, we have visitors all the way from the cursed land of Tellus. These people are famous mercenaries who have made their names by slaying countless demons in the wilds of Tellus, having also been part of the protection bands in Azathia before they went to Tellus. The Flatheads! But they are back today to their hometown to show us if their skills of swordsmanship, which they have honed over the years in the hostile lands of Tellus, are good enough to slay today's criminals. And then going inside, very obviously, are 5 individuals who are wearing typical Japanese like straw hats that are extremely flat. Very wide brim, maybe like a feet across, or maybe almost 2 feet. You can't see their faces because of that, but some of them do seem to be waving. And they wear kind of a very a straw-like cape on top, and then like kind of a white greenish cloak underneath them. Then for our 6 contestants, we have a very special one. This group is made up of only 1 humanoid and 5 beasts. We have the self-proclaimed Beast Master. He utilizes his great attunement towards animals to help him in his fight. A spectacle we don't often see inside of the arena. Usually you fight against the beasts and not with them. A pleasant change to be seen. Coming inside, you see a kind of skinny, larger, tall furball covered in furs. Has a lot of scars everywhere, presumably from trying to tame beasts out of his reach. And following behind him, you can see 2 large white dire wolves and 1 large brown bear, 2 huge large apes that kind of just walk inside of there. And then he goes inside with pride. He's kind of wielding a stick and then, waving to the ones. The animals seem to be a bit agitated by the crowds. Obviously, haven't been in the crowd very often, so that seems to be a bit, weird. And for our 7th contestants, coming from the southernmost parts of Azathia, we have the Untouched. These beautiful tabaxi are famous for their agility and have earned their name for their skillful maneuvers and dodges that allow them to come out of fights unscathed and untouched. Having been personal bodyguards hired by famous guild leaders and high society members alike, their skills are one to be recognized. And you can see a group of 3 tabaxi women, very tight clothing. Their clothes have a very strong tinted yellow coloration, almost seems like it's gold as it reflects. They have, a lot of daggers kind of just tied to the waist, and then 2 scimitars on their back. Adorning quite similar armor that Arya would. You can see their joints are freed from any sort of armor, and they have a lot of mobility. One of them kind of goes inside, one making just a series of flick-flacks. The other one's doing a few cartwheels and a few somersaults just to kind of show off their skills. And last but definitely not least, we have from Canaan, a very special group who live atop the highest peaks, the Wind Callers. These birds do much more than flying, for they have controlled the very winds that surround them. Hailing from an ancient monastery atop the mountains, they have dedicated their life to the art of the Windwalkers. Fast and slick, these airborne folk have even escaped capture from the Holy Liches, as they deem their arts hereditary. A true testimony to their skill. But will wind be enough to face their enemies today? And then soaring inside out of the gate, you can see 4 Aarakocras, also adorned with pale green colors, very pastel-like, only simple robes. The only kind of armament they seem to be wearing are like braces on each of their hands, and a short sword that is strapped behind their back, and a whip tied to their waist as they kind of fly in and then step down. And each of them is now centered in a circle, kind of standing next to one of the pillars, but in a way that everyone can see them. And the guy says, "And these are our mighty contestants who shall try and slay the criminals. Will they succeed? And who will take the 100,000 gold prize money? Let us not further delay. We will request all other members except for the Dancing Ivy to now exit the arena, and then we shall bring in the criminals. which the dancing ivy will have to face. And with that, everyone gives their last bow and last wave as they step away, and the dancing ivy, these 4 female halflings, stay inside and kind of go into a preparatory position, and the rest leave the arena. Now, how this will work is, obviously, I have not decided who will win, and we will see who will win. Every single one of these groups has a modifier, and I will roll a d20, and the criminals also have a modifier, so they will be rolling against each other to see who will win. I will not tell you the modifiers, that you can kind of figure out maybe to see which one of them is strong or which one is not. However, everyone will be able to overpower everyone else if they are lucky enough. Is that understood? So, since you are kind of the heroes of this adventure, I will ask you, when the time comes, to roll a d20 for the warriors inside, and then I will roll a roll 20 for the criminals. Yes? So you can decide now if you want to make an order of how this is going to be rolled, or if anyone wants to take the job to roll for everyone.
I think it would be fun to alternate between all of us, because we all have different luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, then I guess...
I need you guys to win me some money, okay?
Good luck.
Oh yeah, I gotta track that. Okay, so who wants to roll for the dancing ivy? Do not roll yet, just say.
I'll go ahead and roll for them.
Okay, Arya will be rolling for the dancing ivy. I will take track of that. Then, one of you can now roll a d8, and that door will open, and that is where the criminal will come out of. And depending which door will be a different criminal. So the stakes are also kind of separated, because it's at random which criminals they will have to face. I guess, Arya, since you're taking care of the ivy, you can roll a d8. A 5. Now, this is why I did the warning from last time of, if you don't like violence and stuff like that, because these are criminals. As the dancing ivy kind of made their position, and are kind of bracing themselves, the 5th door start to open, and then the announcer, who has also left, but you can still hear his voice. Once again, he's saying this, but his entire voice is echoing throughout the entire arena. Obviously, the device he's using is some kind of either prestidigitation that kind of enhances his voice, or it is set up through different areas where his voice can reverb around the entire arena. And you can hear him say, "Gate number 5! A woman who seems so innocent on the outside. This elderly lady has deceived many of people to thinking that she needed the help of young, strong men to carry up her heavy groceries in her humble home, only to find themselves trapped inside of a cruel dungeon. Where this deceitful old lady did with the previous victims as she pleased. Apparently she was infected by a disease that made her look much older than she actually was, making her jealous of her peers, which led her to her vile acts of defilement and violence. Delaria, the baneful witch." Stepping inside seems to be a old lady, completely. You can see her in this kind of normal prisoner's garb, just looks like a potato sack kind of just draped over her. Very skinny arms, a lot of folds as she kind of makes her way slowly inside of the arena. And once it does so, you can see, without hesitating, the dancing ivy proceeds to assault this old lady. Now is the time where you will have to roll a d20. Arya. That is a 12 with whatever bonus they have. And I will roll a d20 to see what they get with whatever bonus they have. That is a 16. So,
Oh no.
as this happens, you can see that the 4 halfling ladies kind of step up and immediately assault this woman. And you can see that they use similar tactics to what Iso uses, and that she kind of they shape the environment around them, kind of vines twisting out of the ground, and some of them also shape-shifting into different beasts. These seems to be like druidic fighters. But as they do so, this old woman suddenly, as she kind of, now it seems like pretended to limp her way inside of her, you can see her just kind of sprawl out her fingers. You can see these long, crooked fingernails that haven't been cut for years that kind of grow out of her. And she begins to move in an extremely hastily manner. And one by one, she kind of attacks the druids. The ones that beast shape kind of try to assault her at first, but she kind of nimbly dodges them, goes past them, and goes to the back ones who are trying to kind of entangle them in their vines. But in this brief moment of distraction, she kind of manages to just bore through one of the chests of one of the ladies and just kind of rips her heart off. And then immediately throws it away to her companion, who's like disgusted from the sight of seeing her friend die so viscerally and immediately, and proceeds to also assault her. And in a manner you wouldn't have expected from this old lady, she just kind of starts scratching and grabbing the one. The other one who are in beast shape kind of get out of it to try and kind of restrain her, but every kind of magical attempt that they are doing to kind of hold her in place is failing. She has some kind of weird magical resistance as she's just kind of dodging each one of these spells. After one by one they fall and become victim. At one point, one of them also does like a healing spell to take one of them back from the dead as she stands up, but she immediately gets her throat ripped off as she kind of bites it off. And then Seer shoots the last one who is there, and in the end, every single one of them had either their kind of chest bones open, their guts torn out, or their hearts taken out. This lady definitely has something more going on what meets the eye, as she kind of in the end just eats all of the blood. You can see the vibe of the arena is definitely like in sort of like aghast and somewhat disgust, but some of them are also very into this. Almost like probably 70% of the people are into this, who kind of are happy about this upset that has suddenly occurred, as these 4 halflings are just then laying dead there. And without even celebrating, the woman just, licks off the blood on her long fingernails and then just proceeds to walk back in the gate she just came from. Oh, what an upset! It seems like we will have to release the shackles of Delaria, the baneful witch. What a sad ending to our heroes. The Dancing Ivy are no more. Bring us to our second event, the Horn Brothers. Hopefully, they will make more impact on the criminals they have to face. And, well, let's see how this will go. Who wants to roll for the Horn Brothers?
I'd like to point out Aria's demeanor slightly frustrated as she realized she just lost some money.
Yeah, you can see the guy next to you is like, oh, I didn't need to know I speak to the old lady to be that force there. Oh, what a much.
I guess I'd like to do the telescope if somebody wants to do this one.
I'll do this one.
Okay. Oh, boy. Yikes.
Oh man, our
Horn Brothers. With the 8. Let's see, they can still roll a natural 1, but doesn't look good. A 14. Oh boy. One of you also has to roll a d8 to see against who they are going to lose. A 1!
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Eric! Come on!
The door opens and the announcer says, Gate number 1! A criminal who has used some of the most vile tactics to rob any merchants on the roads of Azathia, using the methods of a pitfall trap dug beneath the ground filled with dung to not only trap his victims, but also humiliate them. No regard for human life. Even children were some who fell into his rancid pits, and died as they weren't able to climb out of the pit before the next ice storm came. Yet he was finally caught when one of his victims was a mage who could easily teleport himself out of the hole and simultaneously capture him. Shackles, the pit dung fool! Coming out, you see a large burly furbolg who is also wearing this kind of potato sack that is way too small for him. He is still smaller in size than the two Horn brothers that are kind of positioned themselves there. And for every instance of him, like every single limb, every single hair looks dirty. Like this guy has never once in his time made the effort to clean himself.
Skit, you're not muted.
Skit, you weren't muted again. At least no cat talk.
No.
This guy steps inside, and once again the battle commences as the two Horn brothers start to charge this guy. But as soon as they come into a vicinity, maybe like 15 feet of the pit dung fool, they kind of immediately stumble to the ground and they both just start vomiting. Probably because of the rancid smell that surrounds them, and they're almost like paralyzed in that they can't kind of control the thing, and they try to like kind of cover their nose. And as they're kind of like fighting with the stench itself, you can see the pit dung fool almost like slowly just slobbering towards them, almost like happy in a very twisted psychotic sense as he takes one of the large great axes from the back of one of the Horn brothers, and then just kind of takes his time to look at the crowd. He doesn't say anything. Even if he would say anything, you probably wouldn't hear it. And then he just kind of licks with this very disgusting tongue with the edge of the blade, and then turns around and just with a strong might decapitates one of the Horn brothers, from which the other Horn brother immediately winces and then starts crawling behind out of fear, seeing that one tie of him that made up his strength is kind of broken now. And you can just see from the expression of the pit dung fool that he's just kind of manically laughing and swinging his axe around, kind of spitting on the dead corpse of his brother as he goes there. And then once again just licking off the blood of the blade which he just decapitated it. And then he just kind of spins around once again. He takes his hand, places in a spot that you wish not to know, which I won't describe, comes out. His hand is like dirty with feces. He scrubs it across the blade once again, turns around again, and then throws the axe inside of the chest of the guy. And you can see immediately as it hits, that rancid stuff he placed on the blade, taken from a very private spot, kind of just spreads inside and then kind of poisons and almost like acid just kind of kills the cells in the flesh that it's come to. And you can see once again he starts, the Minotaur starts just vomiting uncontrollably once again, and then with a few spasms lies on the floor, and then after a few seconds also lies there dead and unmoving. And you just see the guy who's just kind of like cheering on the crowd. This time, however, it's like a 30% upset. Most of the crowds are now booing for this guy, and it seems like this guy is just enjoying it. The announcer once again says, "Oh, what a disappointment! What? Who could have believed this? Shackles, the pit dung fool, will also be freed from his shackles! Oh, what a great upset once again! Will no one today be able to beat the criminals set inside of this arena? Hopefully, with our next, the Death Touch Westwards have more success in their endeavors." Okay, who wants to roll a d8 for the Death Touch Westwards?
I guess I'll do it. D8. Roll.
Check, we had 5, 1. Roll again, we already had a 5.
Roll again.
Jesus Christ, what is the coincidence?
Roll better. I'm that good. Okay, there we go. Let's go with 8.
An 8. Okay. Then the announcer will say, from gate number 8, this lady was as cunning as she was evasive. A member of one of the most famous Assassin's Guild in Azathia, who became too confident in her own ability to kill whomever she wished, whenever she wished to. It came to the point where anyone who would even slightly annoy her, like chewing too loud, will meet the end of their life by her blade. But her infamous act of killing Duke Eleanor Zelwent Herrmeister made her one of the most famous Azathians in Azathia to date. However, it is also the same act that got her caught as well. Villenat, the Silver Spider! Stepping outside, nonchalantly, also in the same garbs, is this very slender drow, very white silvered hair, that she looks like the opposite of the Pit Dangfu. Is kept very clean and pristine. Even her weirdly attached potato sack seems to be more stylish than the others, even though you can't see it's only a potato sack. But the way she wears it makes it like she owns this potato sack and not the other way around. Very very thin limbs as she kind of just walks inside. She looks a bit, like alien as the way she walks. Almost like you kind of, every time she kind of steps, like an after image appears as she does so. Okay. This, you'll have to roll a d20, which Matt or Dr. Fiera has decided to do. See, Destas Whisperers or the Silver Spider.
Come on. Oh! There we
19, that's pretty good. Coming now to her is a 6. Oh. By the way, the corpses of the other people have been left inside of the pit. They have not been vacated.
Great.
So presumably they can, utilize the weapon they are there. And you can see after a short while as she kind of, starts to move. Truly, it really looks like an after image always protrudes behind her as she moves. And it's hard to follow her. Arya, you can definitely follow her. But these are moves you have seen before. This is a highly, highly trained assassin. And not to be messed with. As she's kind of moving around, you do, however, see that the headless body of one of the Minotaurs starts to stand up. And then takes his greatsword that was still attached on his back. As you can see, one of the black robe figures is kind of lifting up his arms. Puppeteering the corpse was a clear show of necromancy as this headless Minotaur is being revived. And after a short moment, you can see the 4 half-elves also lift up. And the other dead Minotaur also stand up. And they all start burling towards the Silver Spider. You can definitely see the Silver Spider was, in a sense, cocky as she kind of made a direct attempt to lunge at one of them, but kind of gets displaced as the Horn Brothers, the headless one, kind of rushes in front of her and blocks the way. And she dodges out of the path before realizing that behind her the 4 halflings have gathered, and with their dead bodies they all just kind of clamber onto her and then try to hold her tight. You can see 3 of them just miss her because she's too fast, but the 4th one does manage to catch one of her legs. And in this brief moment where she's unable to move, you can see that one of the Death House Witchers just kind of pulls out his hands, and you can see a shift, almost as if he kind of expands for a bit, but then kind of closes in. And then his hand pulsates with this kind of grey energy. As you can see, the kind of neck of the Silver Spider just kind of contracts. As he's then unable to breathe. And this kind of state of paralysis, one of the lumbering Minotaur who had been killed by the Pit Dangfu takes the kind of fertilized axe outside of his chest. And he uses the same blade to slash the Silver Spider in half. splitting her in two as she falls down. And is killed quite quickly as the announcer says, "And there we have it, folks. It seems like not all bad news today. The Death Touch Whispers, who would have thought, utilizing the ones who have fallen previously as allies in the combat and killing the Silver Spider, ending her reign of terror." And they kind of also nonchalantly just put their hands back into the robes and then walk out as the kind of corpses then lose their touch of life again and fall down onto the ground. Here you can see some of the people are like astonished. Some are also just like somewhat disgusted. Necromancy isn't in this world like seen as a super vile act, but it's, you know, not something often seen. Especially from Holy Lich's perspective, there definitely is one of the illegal arts that shouldn't be practiced. Yes, you can actually see in the Sky Lounge the mate you've been talking to kind of also sends a message to you and says, see, for study purposes, this was quite interesting. And he's like frivolously taking notes on anything that is happening here.
You know, I would agree. I don't get to see a lot of that where I'm from.
Yes.
Arya's just kind of like, "Ha! Take that, dude! I'm coming for your money!"
Oh, still 2 to 1 for me.
Hey, but I'm coming up.
Well, we will see. I don't believe. Well, I'm actually surprised myself. I thought this one, the criminal definitely would have won, but I guess you're proving me wrong once again. This is exciting, is it not? That's why you bet money. Hell yeah. Kind of nudges you, Iwick, just the whole time. Not necessarily requesting an answer, but just showing you how he has way more fun than you are having with Arya. Okay. Coming in force, the Wall Crusher. Let's see if his towering size will be enough to meet the next criminal. Okay, who wants to do number 4?
I'll do it.
Okay, for our Wall Crusher, roll a d8 first.
Yep.
So we can see who he is against.
Hold on. My screen went black.
Oh.
Oh, awesome. Nope. Hold on a second. Okay, it's back.
Okay.
Alright. There's the D8.
A 6. Very well. The announcer starts to talk. Gate 6. A group of criminals whose existence makes one truly question the sanity of some people. These criminals, made up of 3 women and 1 man, are responsible for the deaths of many unborn children. They pretended to be herbalists which sold medicine to pregnant women, telling them that it would help them with the pain during labor. But little did their victims know that what the medicine did was anything but that. It would rot their wombs instead, killing the baby instead, replacing it with a worm-like creature that ate and replaced the baby. The pregnant woman would be none the wiser until they gave birth. These vile people were known as the rotten fertilizers. That's what the warning was for.
Oh my god!
You can, I'm right there with you.
Can see coming out are 4 from the outside completely normal looking individuals. they just seem to be like 4 women. They seem to be like half elven. One of them seems to be like a normal human, and the man seems to be like a normal human and probably his like 50s or so. Also wearing potato bags, but they kind of timidly step inside. Okay, now you can roll a d20, but you get advantage, so you can roll it twice, and we're gonna take the higher number for reasons unknown to you, but reasons very much.
Ooh.
Oh no,
Okay,
that's a
so
total.
yeah, it's a 12 and an 8.
Okay, so it's a 12 for our World Crusher. Let's see about them. A 15. I will have to make one thing clear. Okay. You see the ogre kind of just is somewhat hesitant to even approach these people. As he's kind of like he's taking his tree trunk, but as these people are coming kind of timidly inside of there, as they kind of approach in like speaking distance, they start to have a conversation, and they're just talking, and everyone seems to be like quieting down and like wondering like what the fuck are they talking about? Why is it talking? They should be fighting to the death. That's the whole point of this arena. Before then, after a moment, you can see the ogre kind of just lifts up his tree trunk and just throws it. For a moment you would think he's throwing it away, but he kind of immediately throws it against the 4 humans who are still kind of in a group, and then just kind of squishes them. And then they just get squished by the tree trunk immediately. You can see that the ogre seems to be a bit displeased about what has happened, and then just kind of goes to the tree trunk, picks it up, and then just kind of leaves the arena. While as he picks it up, you can see that parts of the body parts of these neighbors still stick onto the tree trunk itself, but there wasn't a fight that went on here. And a lot of the audience members are a bit confused on what has just happened. And the announcer's also like, "Oh, right, an unexpected turn of events. However, I am just glad to see that these wild people have now been killed, and I'm sure that you are too, by whatever means necessary. Well, this will bring us to group number 5, the Flatheads."
We're even.
Yes, you are even. Who wants to roll for the Flatheads? Okay. Well, wants to.
Wait, no, I was gonna ask, aren't they the people from Tellus?
Yes, they are the people from Tellus.
I think Matt wanted to roll for them.
No, I think you wanted from Canaan. You wanted from Canaan, right?
I mean, I'll do both.
No, I can do this one as well and leave the Canaan people to Matt. Since
There
they
you
are
go.
his people.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then. Wait, who's now rolling? I'm confused. Who's gonna roll the d8?
Have we all rolled?
No, Eirik is, I think.
Yeah, we have.
Did Eirik?
Everybody has rolled once.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go again.
Alright. A d8. 6, you know what? Roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, a d4. Because that's easier, because otherwise you will, at some
I will
point.
keep hitting it.
Yeah. 3. Wow, 3 we didn't have, so we'll just take the number 3. Number 3. Coming from gate number 3. A woman whose madness is only rivaled by that of a demon, as she goes on maddening episodes, tearing everyone who she can touch into pieces. She may beg for forgiveness afterwards, but do not be fooled. Her vile acts have continued over the years until she was finally restrained and put into the prison. Minya the Mad. May her episodes of mad violence end here today. Okay. Roll the d20. Ooh, that's an 8 for the hero. I don't know if it's like rigged that the hero should die, but...
Ooh.
You're breaking my heart over here, Matt.
Can't help it. I'm 1-1.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
you gambled too?
I don't believe so, but yeah. Stepping inside, the flat hats, you know, they take out their swords. They seem to have like similar blades that look like katanas as a frame of reference as they brace themselves there. And the woman comes inside. You can see a rather small but normal female woman, maybe like how big is that? 5'4". Yeah, 5'4" seems accurate. Kind of shaggled and curly hair running down the body. Seems to be dark brown in coloration. Has her hands kind of huddled towards her and seems extremely shy as she gets pushed inside of there. But once again, you can see like the flat hats hesitate a bit, almost kind of like sympathizing for her. Like she does not in any way look dangerous or threatening or like a person who would have killed people and is kind of being placed inside of this arena. And the flat hats are kind of just approach there. Once again, what seems to be like the leader step up, kind of talks to her over a safe distance. And after a short while, she just kind of approaches, and you can see the leader just kind of sinks his blade, and then he kind of turns back to the other 3 fellows, or 4 fellows who are with him. And they kind of talk for a bit, and they seem to be kind of worried. And once again, the crowd is confused. Why are they talking again? And as the kind of woman approaches and the kind of flat hats are talking with each other in a extremely quick motion that seems almost too fast. Arya, you do see it. The fingers of the woman grow extremely long. Her veins bulge and start glowing a bit green. And in a split second, the head of the leader of the flat hats just kind of falls off. And in that instant, you can see the other 4 just kind of shook awake. And as they try to take the swords again to ready their position, she kind of jolts in such a quick motion while she impales 2 of the other ones, stabbing through them. And then as she's bored her arms through her body, grabs around, takes the swords of them, almost using them as like puppets, wrenches them through their bodies once again. The other 2 are kind of like bracing themselves, and she is kind of using these 2 swords and now fighting one-on-one against the two other ones who still survived. And you can see that her form is like shifting in weird ways. In fact, you can make a, I guess, perception check. Even in the Sky Lounge. That's a natural one. Okay. Yeah, makes total sense. Fiera, maybe that's a bit too unpleasant for you to watch as they are being, impaled and guts and blood flying around. And makes sense for Arya and Icewell because either that's a bit too violent for you, and you're on the 9th row, so it's extremely hard to see. The only thing you can kind of make out is like her body is kind of, as if something's inside of her body kind of going from one part to the other as it kind of extends and bulges and swells. Like you can see parts of her right arm swell and it goes all the way to her hand, and it disappears and it goes all the way into her foot, and then sometimes inside of the side of her neck, and it's kind of making her spasm in a very weird and frantic way. And as she does so, it kind of makes her movement a lot faster than what she probably is able to do, as she's kind of just slashing the swords around. At some point, she just kind of cuts through one of the other guys' sword, and with no defense anymore, uses the second one, kind of throws it just, and it goes up his jaw and it's through his head, killing the last one, in which moment the last flathead kind of stumbles back, unfortunately then hits against one of the corpses of his friends, trips down. As he does so, before he falls on the floor, you can see the woman kind of just jaw towards him, and then with her extended hand and the fingernail just gonna pierce through his throat, turns it, and then kind of wrenches the head off the body. You can see the spine kind of hanging out of there, fall limply on the floor, and then the entire arena once again covered with loads and loads of blood as 5 more corpses have been added to the pile. And after a quick moment, you can see that the woman kind of goes onto her knees and kind of takes up a fertile position and almost seems to be crying in a sense. And after like a minute or so, as she isn't like making any notions to leave, you can see that 2 guards kind of enter from the gate and then start dragging her out as she's kind of frantically just waving around, screaming something, but it's hard to hear, and every one of you is too far away to listen, but then gets dragged back into the gate. And the announcer says, "And 1 more criminal free, and 5 sets of brave warriors coming all the way from Tellus to only lose their lives. Well, let us not further delay, and let us come right to the next one. The Beastmaster may the help of his animals aid him, as the upset in today's event is too large to bear." Who wants to take care of the Beastmaster?
I'll roll.
Like to.
Right, just make another D4. That is a 2. Very well. Gate number 2. A man who loved the sound of nails against the fingerboard so much that he captured innocent people in his town to force them to scratch their nails on a chalkboard until their nails fell off. His odd addiction is believed to come from his former addiction to scratch. His efforts to try and come clean of the drug have unfortunately made him into a psychopath instead. Tenold, the Vile Scratcher. Stepping outside, what seems to be a crooked, wood elven man, as evident by his kind of darker tanned skin and long black hair. Also very thin. Seems like all of the prisoners haven't been getting the most of nutrients to sustain their bodies, as he also goes inside. You can see he does not possess any fingernails, so completely bloodied. And he also has like kind of frantic spasms every now and again, just kind of jolting upwards. And then you can see him slouching down onto the ground and start scratching the sand that is there, and just kind of digging it, his open wounds of his fingernails inside of the sand. Okay, I need to roll a d20. Let's see if the Beastmaster has more luck. Okay. Okay. Who knows? Still possibility. No. Holy shit. This is third 16. I am rolling. This is insane.
Oh.
These are all gonna be people we have to fight later. Just out in the world. They're now free.
Oh my god. This is freaking amazing. And yeah, you see that the Beastmaster commands his his direwolves to start attacking him, but does it in a abrasive way, kind of not, kind of just shouting at them unless they aren't like doing what he commands immediately. He gets kind of annoyed and hits one of the direwolves, in which case the direwolves turns on him, bites his hand off, and the other one attacks his own master, and they start just tearing him to shreds. The bear just kind of lounges there, and the two apes just, one of them starts climbing up one of the pillars, and the other one is just kind of lounging there, and the guy doesn't even do anything, the scratcher. He's just sitting there on the floor, and then he's just continuously scratching in the sand.
Sure.
And the announcer just says, "Well, that is why we don't see this often. Beasts you cannot trust, especially if you think you have tamed them, but it seems like this Beastmaster was obviously a fraud. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. However, it seems like the vile Scratcher has had a lucky day, as he has earned his freedom without lifting a single fingernail." And you see like multiple guards now coming in trying to drag these beasts out. You see they came somewhat prepared, since they probably were notified that animals will be inside, with just, big piles of meat to try and get them to go out. And it takes a while to get the ape who's kind of climbed up one of the pillars and is just lounging there. And, you see the guards up there, and they're just discussing, Jesus God, how the fuck are we going to get it down? Until a robed figure comes out from the gate, and then he just kind of lifts his hand, and you can see the ape kind of reacts suddenly, and it seems to just climb down and goes out of the gate, and then the robed figure also leaves them with the ape as they then clear the arena. Coming now to our 7th event, the Untouched. These are famous individuals and hopefully more competent individuals than the last 6.
I had one win.
You had 2 wins. One half win for the ogre, but yeah.
I had a win.
Yeah.
With my ogre.
Okay, who wants to do the Untouched, the sweet Tabaxi ladies?
I think it's my turn.
Yes. A 3. There are only 2 options left, but I'm just going down. Oh, I accidentally crossed it without looking which one is bigger. Yes. Yes. Coming out of gate number 7. How fitting! And he comes out of the same gate as the guys came out of. Entering the arena, a man who has made a habit of not only stalking his prey when they went back home after their first date, but also kidnapping them and killing them. This teacher stalked his own students and made sure that anyone who would start a romance inside of his class would end up in his basement as a doe, where he would carry out the romantic fantasies with them instead. Gilgan, the wretched stalker!
Oh boy.
Oh, man.
Another one of the most... Okay.
Oh god.
Get Bathrooms all the way.
If it's another 16... Oh!
Oh wait, I might have hope.
Okay. Filming.
Okay. This is spectacular how this could have happened. You can see that the Tabaxi are very self-conscious about their appearance, and so they're like trying to avoid the blood spots on the ground, and that is kind of limiting their movement. However, they make quick work with Gilgan because he's actually not a fighter. He's a small male halfling in a potato sack who tries to attempt to go to one of the great axes lying nearest to him from one of the dead minotaurs, and he notices that the tabaxi don't like to like step on blood, so he deliberately kind of covers himself up with it as he kind of just takes a bath beside the kind of headless minotaur that's bleeding from the top parts of his torso. But he fails in gauging that the great axe is way too heavy for him to carry, and as he's trying to like lift it up, you can just see from one of the nearby pillars as one of the tabaxi just appears, a dagger is being thrown, and it just kind of wrenches through his head as it, and then he just falls down immediately dead. And then the other tabaxi just kind of immediately just step out of the arena because it is too dirty for them, and they're cats and they like to stay clean, as they give like a quick wave, but they kind of immediately go out. Oh, there we have it! Finally, someone who can take the job seriously. But this now brings us to the last fight of round number 1. Now coming to the win colors. And since there is only one left, you will not have to roll. I have to remind myself first. There it is. It is number 4. He announces a group of people who see the lives of other people only as a target on a shooting board. This group of killers have made the northern parts of Azathia notoriously dangerous, as they would go out in the evening killing innocent people for the fun of it, even going as far to bet who could kill more in a single day. Their acts of indescribable violence were so grotesque that many believe their victims have been victims of demons instead. The demon sons of Imazath. And you can see 3 extremely young half-elves go out. Probably like teenaged or young adults kind of step inside. And they, as soon as they go out, they immediately rush towards any weapons they can find. So you can roll the d20. And I guess Matt? Wait. Matt wanted to do this one. Right?
I already did
I haven't done the second one. Yeah, that was me.
Oh, so it's because you wanted to do the one from Karan.
I thought that's what he wanted to do too.
That's all good. Don't worry. I said tell us, that's good.
Oh, then I got it wrong all along, and that is a natural 1. How the odds are against them. This is unbelievable. Truly.
Yep.
It'd be so funny if they get a natural 20. No, they don't. Okay. I will still have to check, because they could still... No, it's natural 1. They fail. The absolute upset as the Aarakocra start, flying. They also seem to be a bit self-conscious about, not touching the blood, and the amount of gore that is inside of here has definitely made them very uncomfortable, and this kind of seem out of the element. Some of them seem even dazed, as the kind of hard stench of blood and guts has filled the air, almost leaving behind a wet mist. The other 3, however, the demon sons of Imazath, seem completely comfortable inside of this. Not even comfortable, you see that they thrive in this kind of environment, and they know which weapons they are best able to use. You can see that they kind of run towards the halflings, the dancing ivies, while they were practicing magic most of the times. One of them is able to take like a light crossbow from one of her hip pouches and starts using it to shoot down the flying Aarakocras. And each time the Aarakocras kind of swing down to try and take one of them, they kind of use the corpses as meat shields, and then even just take the guts of the ones that have been split open and just start throwing it in the air, as they see that's kind of getting a visceral reaction with the wind callers. And while they're doing that, the one who's shooting them down has extremely precise aim. Maybe because he's fighting for his life, or maybe because he's just experienced on shooting people. You can see that he does aim specifically for the wings. He does hit one. The wing kind of goes limp for a second as he then just crashes into one of the pillars and just smashes his head inside of one of them and then falls down. And this kind of continues going on as while they seem to be trained fighters, the Kokras are just outside of the element, and their trained fighting style was not made for this environment of just grotesque violence. And after time, you can see that one of them finds the dead body of one of them minotaurs, and there's a heavy crossbow inside of it, and he kind of takes it out. And one by one, they just start shooting them down. One of them gets hit by the leg. The pain is too much as he then falls down to the ground, while the third one of them has taken one of the short swords and just kind of stabs him in his throat as he crashes down onto the floor. And then there are only two of them, and then in a similar fashion, now that they've kind of outnumbered them, and the other two, seeing that both of the friends have also died, become a lot more hesitant. One of them, in the meanwhile, of the Demon Sons, has made a rope out of one of the guts from the Minotaur, slings it up into the air, manages against all odds to catch one of the Windwalkers and just drags them down. And then once the last one of them also gets taken out of the air, all four of the Windwalkers, or Windcallers, killed, leaving behind the Demon Sons of Imaras. And they cheer with delight, and they even kind of go out of their way to go to each of the Windcallers and then just unnecessarily stab them multiple times. You know, not to make sure that they're dead, but just that they finally get their hands on killing another creature again. They're kind of letting their lust out for a brief moment, as they also just kind of, one of them just kind of takes off the head of one of them, cuts them off. You can see a bit of its spine still hanging down from the head itself, and just kind of raises it over his head and then covers his own head in blood as it's kind of pouring down. And then after a while, the guards step in and kind of end their cheering reign and brings them back inside. That was the last part of our tournament. And it seems like we will have to release 5 of the 8 criminals back into society. Only 3 of our champions have not only survived but have been victorious. Truly an outcome which I believe none of us have expected. But this is why we come to this pit, as the unexpected is what brings us back here again day after day. However, we will now come to a quick break before we come to round number 2. 3 of the remaining contestants will have to face a gangster, cruel criminal, almost seen as the emperor of all who stand beneath them. The Pagan Calyx. Will the Wall Crusher, the Death Touch Whisperers, or the Untouched be successful in their attempts to kill Calyx? We will see after a break. In the meanwhile, you can get food and drinks outside of the arena. The break will take around 1 hour. Please be seated back, and there will be special instructions once you do so.
Ugh.
And then with one last war, people are, standing up, and obviously the guy that did the bet with you goes to you. Arian says,
Well, it seems like 5 wins for me and only 3 wins for you, which means you owe me 8 silver.
Gotcha.
I'll hand him 8 silver. And so now there's 3 people that are battling next round.
They're all battling together against clerics.
So I will. How about this? I'll give you a gold if the champions beat the criminal next.
Oh, alright, I like this. Seems like the odds are in my favor then, seeing the outcome of the other one. Sure, 1 gold it is.
Nice shake.
Shakes his hand.
What about the other 2 of you? Got more excitement and more open to make some wages?
Nope. No, thank you.
Still not interested. Sorry.
Alright, well, I should take my opportunity to seek for other more pleasant individuals.
And he kind of stands up and then also steps out. You can see a lot of people are standing up and kind of going outside where all the stands and food is. And that is also where we're going to take our break. Because I've been meaning to piss this entire time. And we will see what Calyx will bring. Okay, see you in a minute. And we are back in the arena. And the first round has finished. So, I would like to ask first the ground group or the poor people if there's anything you would like to do during this break, which will be an hour long, as stated by the announcer.
I definitely would have gotten up and gone for a walk. Like, very uncomfortable. Just not enjoying any of what just happened in front of us.
Yes, you can see that you definitely aren't the only one who has the same idea, as many people kind of make their way. As you stand up, you now also see there are also a few underage people here, so a few children are also sitting amongst the crowd. So this isn't a 18 plus thing. Some of them seem excited, some of them are deeply traumatized. And you can see their parents actually, taking them away and obviously not returning. Yes. So it's a festival for the families. Okay, Arya or Isabel, anything from your side?
Besides making my deal for the next round, I would probably check with Izarel to make sure she's okay.
Okay.
Sorry, trying to find the unmute button on this. Which I haven't found half the night. Yeah, no, probably Izarel would be kind of distraught at everything that's going on and a little bit on the queasy side, like trying to catch her breath and not feeling the best ever and just wondering what the hell she's doing here.
Is this what we got ourselves into for next month?
I'm starting to wonder if that was a good idea.
I'm a little anxious for next time. This was kind of brutal.
I mean, I don't know if it was the luck of the draw or if these people were expecting like easy fights. But yeah, we're definitely gonna need to be prepared because we're gonna get squished like real fast.
I wouldn't say we're gonna get squished, but definitely have our work cut out for us if it's anything like this time.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we
Although,
say,
although
What?
100,000 gold pieces, that's a lot of money.
yeah,
That's,
that's a lot with that money.
I know they said like it's a once in a lifetime opportunity and stuff, but like if that is 100,000, what's it gonna be like next time? Like 50,000?
Honestly, I entirely expect it to just be like 10 gold. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding you. I think for some reason this is going to be the one time that it's super expensive, super, high profile, and we're going to go walk ourselves into a death pit and come out with nothing.
I'd always ask this gambling man that I've been talking to. He might know.
Yeah, he might know. Speaking of him, is there a way to shut him up? Like while this is all happening, he's kind of on top of everyone.
He's just trying to make money. And I can see the appeal of it. If you want to, we can shuffle our seats around so you guys aren't like right next to him.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think I kind of want to like stand as far away as I can from this stuff. Like, I honestly don't want to sit and watch this again.
Well, I kind of have to stick around.
As much as I hate what happened in the first rounds, I want to see what's gonna happen with this guy, because he's apparently decimated people like they were nothing, and all of a sudden, like, we're supposed to expect these random nobodies to take care of him. I mean, there's something wrong with that.
And
I think the underdogs might be able to pull it off.
yeah, these are a bunch of random nobodies that have a past in fighting and being heroic, and we think we're gonna do better.
Oh, he's not gonna be there next time.
No. I'm just talking about in general. Like, for a group of people who have been together for 5 days, I think we have a grand total of 4 or 5 near deaths already. And we've, fought a grand total of 4 people? Come on. I don't know about you, but I don't see how this relates to anything that we're doing.
I don't know.
I don't know. I wouldn't count us out though. I think we can do some damage.
No, I don't want to die in I don't want to
You
do
won't
that.
You won't die. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. We'll be fine.
You're the one that passed out because she didn't want to deal with fighting.
Yes, and now I can keep us alive.
I fail to see how this is all working. I just We have so many other things to take care of, and now we're just going to be putting ourselves in there.
You see, I think it's a stupid idea, but also I think it might serve us in the long run, because if we're gonna take on the cartel, or at least try to figure out what they've done, if we come in with the win from the pit, we're gonna be seen as a threat.
Yeah, and then someone's just going to sneeze on us, and we're going to die anyway, because we're still squishy.
Again, I can, provided that I stay alive, I can keep us alive.
Oh, man. Oh,
okay.
boy.
We'll be okay. We have Neon Fighter Tilburn. He's going to be our secret weapon.
That's not making it better. That doesn't... I mean, like, the kid's got passion, but... Come on. Really?
It'd be great.
Hey, we don't know. A Voss is a long time.
Click.
Oh my gosh.
It'll be great. You'll see.
That's the thing I don't want to see.
Let's focus on today, and then we'll focus on tomorrow, and then the day after that, and we'll just take it as it comes. You know, who knows? Maybe when we enter the pit, we'll be stronger than we are now.
I would hope so.
Ooh. That's
No bosses
not a
will-
lot of time.
I mean, I don't know for you, but for me, in the last 5 days, I've discovered abilities. I've grown into my abilities that I have, and I definitely feel stronger than a Voss ago.
Yeah, my strengths don't lie in this realm. I just... Yeah, no. My strengths are much more focused on little tasks at hand, not fighting in a pit.
We'll try to gather more information before that fight happens. In the meantime, let's try to...
Just, you know your little hand cannon thing? Just make one, but bigger.
That's... I can't do that in a Voss.
Aw.
You're right. I should do that, but I can't. Like, that's just not gonna happen, I'm sorry.
Well, now you have a new idea.
Exactly.
I'm not coming back to this place. I'll just put that out there. Whether I have a big hand cannon or not, I am not coming back here.
We already signed up and paid money. And signed a contract.
I'm talking about another time.
Just wanted to clarify.
I'd be perfectly happy walking away from the money that we've paid. Just for the record. But I don't think this is going to happen the way that I want it to happen. So, just...
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We check in on the boys up in the big room. They're still in our heads, I believe.
Okay, I guess if you are going to contact them manually, you can definitely. And before I do that, I forgot to show you the names that were mentioned during the.
Oh,
But
there's like a
something
1,000
dead.
of them.
Oh, those were the important ones. I also included their race and their age accidentally, but it doesn't matter. You could see kind of the estimate age, and you would know.
And these are the.
Oh, those are the ones from above.
Yes,
in
those
the
were
special
also
mound.
the ones that were introduced. So Bruder Großsplitter was the owner of the Venom Pit, the guy with the tight suit. Timmer's Bauwerk was the kind of main sponsor, who is responsible that the Sky Lounge even exists. And Winston Cold Steel is the kind of 4-star marshal, captain and commander of the Lion's Mane Royal Guard, who have brought the Everdamned to the arena today. And with that said, we're gonna quickly switch back to the nobles up in the Sky Lounge. You can see that Endo is a bit distraught here since kind of the first event where he kind of put his plate down and hasn't touched it yet. It's still half full. You can see that he feels a bit unwell after having, you know, seen so much gore and violence. He's like,
With a full stomach.
yeah. Oh, shouldn't have eaten so much. I was coming up again.
No, don't worry. We'll run that off tonight. Or you'll run that off. I'll count your laps.
Okay.
Anyways, can you go procure a private booth for me?
Sure. I can't be just step inside.
Oh, yes, procure it and inspect it and do the things a bodyguard does.
Oh. Sure. Just gonna catch my breath real quick. I'll be back in a minute. And I goes there. I will say that before the event started, actually, the kind of guard commander, so Mr. Winston and Mr. Thomas, would have come out of the booth and watched as well. They didn't stay in the booth during the fight. They did
okay.
and did watch. I forgot to mention that. He will go to, and they goes to one of the booths. He kind of catches one attendant on his way there, talks to them a little bit, kind of nods, then turns around, and then kind of comes back to you and says, yeah, you can just step inside.
Oh, great. And I'll send a message to, I believe it was Vermin,
Yes.
the guy I sat next to.
Yes, Vermin.
Do you have a few minutes?
You can see he's still taking like a lot of notes. And then you can see as you send the message, kind of is in a surprise, and he makes a typo. He accidentally extends one of his letters too much, and then he kind of curses under his breath and says, like, oh, fuck. Yeah, sure. Of course. I presume you want to talk privately, which is why you've notified me.
Of course, you can follow me. And I'll get up and go.
I will follow you in 3 minutes, and we'll have to first tidy up. And he kind of neatly puts its pen into its case, the quills, closes it, takes up his piece of parchment, puts it into his satchel, has been resting next to his chair, and then he also stands up and follows you. As you then step inside one of the private chambers. And as you step inside...
Actually, as I'm walking to the chamber, does anyone, I guess, eye me as I go?
Make a perception check, which we'll also do for Mr. Ender, since he's giving watch. Okay.
Hey, not bad today. 16.
16. Yeah, so kind of making your way there, you do see that you get a quick eye from Timoth. As as you kind of go towards it, he kind of just looks up to you and takes notice of you. And he just kind of does a little head gesture, just kind of acknowledge you going there. And then he continues his conversation with Windsburn.
Yep, I'll give him a smile before I go inside.
Okay. And you step inside. Now, as you do so, it seems to be like a kind of a smaller lounge room. There's like 2 couches on either side, left and right, and then a small table in the middle. Seems to be a more confined space, not as big as obviously made for privacy. Everything has a red leather on it, with velvets placed over it with red cushions. Very comfortable despite the kind of sheltered, smaller size of this room. And then there's also a kind of drawer on the other side with a vase with some flowers on it, and a tray with just water on it. As you kind of step inside, Vermont follows, you go inside. The room is obviously empty, and as you close the door, you can hear that the sounds of the outside get cut off immediately. Seems like there's some kind of spell preventing sound from the outside coming in, and presumably sound from the inside going out. As then Vermont kind of takes his position on one of the couches and just rests there comfortably, puts his statue to the side. So, alright, then what is it that you like to talk about?
Well, something we seem to be both interested in, history.
Sure, if you wouldn't mind being a bit more specific.
I could try. Let's see. Have you heard of the Faith Guided Institute for Holy Preservation?
Has he heard? Yes, definitely one of great interests of mine. Seeing that they have made great efforts to collect and also unfortunately hide a lot of the things found in this world.
Well, not by choice, but this comes with living with restrictions and cannot. Well, I am a member. I guess I would say I'm more of someone who likes to delve in the old ruins and see what I can find.
Interesting. So you seem to be walking a different path than most of the other religious members. I'd even be hesitant to call you someone of the religious, despite how you dress.
Well, things I'm interested in will help them as well. But I do want to learn to help everybody. As we, whichever you want to put it, are more inner focused, keeping things to ourselves, which is unfortunate.
Alright.
Well, have you done any rune scavenging, delving, researching?
Well, I'm more of the affectionate of scrolls and libraries. I spent most of my times in more of the safe proximity of society. I have made a few expeditions outside, but I usually tend to leave that to the more, brave-hearted individuals. It is not inside of me to go out and put my life in danger as the people have shown here today.
There is much danger out there. But for those who are eager enough to get it, then there can be rewards. But I understand. Unfortunately, my life might be shorter than one of your kinds. So I kind of have to take bigger risks.
That is true. But, you know, lot of possibility with the arcane crafts. Even age is just a hurdle for some of us.
Of course. Well, wondering if you ran into something, well, that I'm looking for in Azathia. Really old runes, those of the Prestigiae.
Oh, Prestigiae. Shadow magic then. Well, there aren't many in Azathia. However, I do know that the largest ruins that ever have been discovered of these ancient scholars are largely found in Collis. I believe they had quite the conflict with a few Shadowmancers before.
Oh, so they're not friendly towards them?
Oh, definitely not if you are planning to use Shadowmancy. You shouldn't use it against anyone that is strongly affiliated with Collis. It is on a similar level to how the Holy Lichnius views, well, everything else.
Exactly.
I have read a bit about it since it's a large part of the history. However, the reason why deep gnomes and Durgar, which have been discovered inside of the deep mines of one of the Collis mines, the Korich mine specifically, are strongly, well, let's say, like I said with the Holy Lichnius, are also are considered Valbloods and are enslaved.
Well, in a sense, it could be that way. I know a lot of people who practice the art don't use it very well, or use it for their own gain rather than everybody else's.
That is the way of power if you has it. No matter how you wish to justify your purpose, it is always in the end used for selfish means. Whether they are seen as good or bad by other people is highly subjective.
You think that spreads to what the gods do as well?
Well, my research deeply involves whether or not the gods exist in the first place. Holy Lichnius proclaim in their text that our power has been given by them. However, I and a few associates are trying to find maybe different sources of arcane that might not have stemmed from them in the first place. I mean, there is no evidence at all that it stems from the gods, nor do we have any evidence as the gods, other than the clerical powers that some of us fortunate are blessed with.
Suppose you make a point. Like you said, we like to keep it close to the chest. Even I don't have access to that kind of information, so who knows?
Well, I wish to know. However, that is why Shadowmancy is of great interest to our group as well, since that is kind of the most evidence we have that not all power stems from the gods. Since if they, as the Holy Lichnius states, created the light through which we see and bend the environment around us, they wouldn't have made Shadowmancy. Someone else or something else would have been responsible for its creation.
Perhaps, but, well, as it's said, in the beginning there was a great light that created everything, and with light there's shadow. So it could have been made by accident, or leftover.
It could be, and it would then dispute the teachings that the Holy Lichnias have tried to enforce on us. And I believe they very much would not like this to happen.
Yes. But change needs to come.
Yes, it definitely needs. I think the biggest one is what's going on inside in the city. I mean, if we are able to study the chrysalises, we'll be able to say for sure. Our group have also been involved since we've made a few discoveries that could change how the, well, Holy Lichnias will present their teachings in the future.
I don't disagree. But there has to be some responsibility.
Well, it's only people in power should take the responsibility. However, they always seem to push it down towards, excuses or other sorts of means to dissuade the change that we are trying to bring in.
Well, I've only been here for a few days, and the people in power in this city don't seem worth the trust.
I would be curious to know how you would come to this conclusion after only being here for a few days.
Well, I unfortunately stuck my foot in a bit deeper than I was planning to, at least. I was hoping just to make some friends and connections and, well, eventually travel to Kobith. But instead, I got my hands stuck to this missing chrysalis I'm not sure you heard of.
Missing chrysalis? No.
Did you know Renapila was studying one? In privacy?
No, not either. I mean, all chrysalis related studying ones, that is illegal. You aren't allowed to study chrysalises.
Oh, it definitely is, and she definitely was. Of course, she was trying to present it as, well, like you said, there's more to the chrysalis than the Lichnias have said. There's a lot more potential.
Yes. Tell me, how much do you know about the chrysalises then?
Oh boy. What does Fiera know about chrysalises? Well, beyond the basics, that each houses a elemental power, I'm more interested in the opposite, the shadow they create. The chrysalises that we don't have access to yet. I think those house more potential than the ones we see.
Have you, and this is only tangentially related, but since you're from the Holy Lichnias, as odd as it may seem, have you ever witnessed a light crystal being used?
Is there one at my home?
No, definitely no.
Just like the capital, I'm guessing.
Oh, you mean I thought in your personal home, like your house?
Oh, not my house. Yeah, I'm guessing I don't have one at my house. But like at the castle.
Oh yeah, definitely. Every capital has their light crystals. Obviously, that's how food gets created and other stuff. Since you can, turn everything into anything else.
Right, and then they get the energy from the high storm.
Exactly.
Right?
But you would never have seen one, and you would never have seen the clerics, perform the kind of miracle as it is often proclaimed to be.
But because it like happens during a high storm, it's probably taboo to like. Yeah. Okay. Not in person, unfortunately. I'm not high enough up the chain to witness such things.
Do you have maybe suspicions about the light crystals, or why they do not want us to even see them use it? I mean, seeing them use it shouldn't be harmful. We know what they can do.
Some. I know that there's a lot of things that aren't as they seem. There's a lot of magic that is said to be divine, but is obviously of another nature. Yes, I have plenty of suspicions.
Yes. I always find it odd why they would have to be charged by the high storms. If it's supposed to be a gift from the angels.
I don't disagree.
Well, is there maybe anything you can inform me, Ruiz? I am quite curious about how much you know about Shadowmancy. Seems like the origins of it you have learned from somewhere. I'd be curious to know where.
Well, like I said, I'm somewhat of an archaeologist. So, back home we have found ruins of... I have to be careful how I talk. We have found history that has been lost, and we uncovered it. Most of it was to be put behind lock and key. I happened upon things that I haven't turned in yet.
Oh, I understand. Oh, that is quite the action you took there then. Quite the risk, in fact.
Well, further study should be done to make sure there's no harm to come to anyone.
Well, according to the people from Collis, they see Shadowmancy as a corrupting force that turns people into malevolent beings. They believe that the deep gnomes and Durgar were once normal gnomes and dwarves who have connected too deep with their shadow weave and have turned them into vile beings and beasts that do not show any remorse or emotions anymore, unable to talk, instead corrupted by this dark nature. I do not know whether or not this is true, since they obviously have a very biased view. Being in war against one of such a society will obviously put a different perspective on things. So I do wish to maybe find out more about that. Oh, dang.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dang. Can anyone hear me?
Oh, there you are.
Okay.
We're back.
It's so funny, but I can see all of you perfectly fine, and the video is running too, so...
No, it basically just stopped.
Huh.
Hit the reset for me. Okay, I think I'm good.
Yeah, Discord kicked me out, so there's that.
Yeah.
It's really weird because I have the shittiest setup and I'm the only one that hasn't had any lagging. Like, I've never lost any of you at all.
Yeah, me neither. So, like,
Wow, lucky. Get back to it. Well, it's just like how the Lichnius view the Bioblood. They put out wrong information sometimes, and things get lost. It's best to find out those type of things in person, which is why I'm traveling in the first place. I want the truth.
yes. Truth is always a difficult thing. Yeah, especially the longer you live, the more you realize almost everything you uncover has been tainted by someone at some point. So there's that. Yes.
That's true.
But if you wish to have a larger tome collection that you can read into, and if you ever have the time, I would definitely recommend the Zephyrus archives. Usually most things are preserved and untampered with for the most part. Zephyrus has tried to ensure that most of the information kept inside of there is untouched as much as possible, for he values information above all else.
Yeah, Zephyrus. I'm looking at the map. Oh, there it is. That is. Ooh, another direction. Lovely. Well, I will have to add it to the list.
Well, and you can see that he took his notebook out and has been taking a few notes while you were talking, kind of scribbling inside of there.
And, well, I guess you're interested in what I know of the Shadow Weave. Just to say, I'm working hard to make all that is possible. Not just with myself, but I kind of nudge over to Endel, who I'm sure is just,
Yeah,
you know.
he's pretending to be like very cool, has like this bodyguard pose, but
Yep.
he is standing kind of in an awkward angle.
Sure.
Yeah. It's like,
My real goal is to use it to bring out the potential of everyone, so that we have more options for creating a better future.
well, on paper that definitely sounds very nice. However, in practice, I do not know if access to such powers is as good as it might seem at first. Only remember one of the lectures from Corvus very well. One of the beginner courses he taught. He introduced us with one concept, and he said that we should always remember it. And that is, quite simply, everything comes at a cost. Even magic. When we source our magic, we are taking it from somewhere. However, we do not understand fully from where. We call it the magical weave, some call it the shadow weave, but what effects it has in the long term, unfortunately none of us know.
Well, if the possibilities of the Shadow Weave are endless, then there should be endless energy to take.
Yes, to take and to disappear. Well, this is a more philosophical topic than an arcane one. And I actually have been meaning to go to the toilet for a while. So, if you would excuse me, I do have to relieve myself. There are unpleasantries that I've witnessed in the last few minutes have definitely got to me. I shall excuse myself now. Goes to the door, opens it. But we know each other. I'd like to keep this contact friendly and stable. So if you ever find anything new, or if I have made new discoveries, I would like to share notes at some time. I think that is the greatest way to further one's own studies.
Of course, sharing is caring.
Reminds me of my mother. Well, thank you for this conversation. I shall find the toilet now. Now, where is the toilet? That's it. And he kind of looks over. Seems like a nice guy.
Yes, I think that's a good contact I've made. I don't think he's an archmage, but I think he's headed towards it.
Oh. I couldn't tell.
What do you think I am?
I don't know. Beautiful.
Oh, I haven't.
Okay.
Jesus. Let's roll my eyes.
Hey, you are.
I'll have to that's true. I'll have to show you my magic sometime. I haven't really given you much example, have I?
No. And I am happy if you do show me.
Oh, you'll have a up close and personal.
Wait. No. Please don't stab me again. Does your magic involve me dying? Please. I don't want to feel pain again.
I just smile and walk out of the room.
Oh no. No. Sikanasan follows you out. Back into the space of talk and pleasantries. The music continues. And you can see now that Temas is now sitting alone, and it seems like the Windspurn has kind of relocated somewhere else, but you can't really see where he has went to. Yeah, where would you like to go?
Well, if he's alone, I'll go introduce myself to Timon.
Okay. He's kind of just lounging there. Has a bowl of grapes next to his chair. Kind of eating them. And then notice you approach. Oh! Hello!
Hi, I don't believe I have the pleasure of knowing who you are.
Oh, probably haven't listened to the introduction then. No worries. My name is Timus Bauwerk, the main patron of the Vellum Pit, and also the one who spent most of the money to construct this luxury lounge in which we are both partaking in.
Oh, but you see, that still doesn't tell me too much of who you are. How does one such yourself get into this? Constructing an arena and putting down money for fights?
Oh, well, I think I'm more commonly known as the owner and head of the guild of the Gold Bow Estate Commission. I just handle the real estates and anything that needs to be built inside of Sunania. Yep. And that also, from time to time, takes me underground. I seem this as a fitting opportunity to maybe expand some of the more entertaining areas in Sunania, as we have been quite lacking, and so it was a great opportunity to maybe make a few connections as well.
I see. So you're the one who's going to be rebuilding the castle that I believe it's the Vertibing. Wow. Vera Gerber. Oh my god, that's that name. I can't. Vera Gerber.
Oh. Yeah, almost Verratgeber.
Vertgeber. Oh my. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My German lessons. That the Vertgebers. Well, I guess turn to ruin.
Yes. Well, I'm more. Some of my associates will definitely be handling that, but I'm more of the estate itself responsible. So I own a lot of the buildings inside of here, inside of Zunania. And yes, so I'm more responsible for the construction in the sense of who wants to build something where. The construction itself is handled by the Builders Guild, obviously. I'm just allocating and managing the real estate properties themselves.
So you had close relations to Renipila then, with the new college?
Yes, definitely have been contacted by her to help her build it, and that I did. Unfortunately, has been in disuse since it was built, so somewhat disappointed. Almost leaning towards selling it to someone else if nothing happens in the time being.
Oh, yes, I see. I have heard that she's gone missing, so I hope nothing too worrisome happened to her.
Well, I don't want to be too rude, but I've introduced myself. Also, be glad to know who I'm actually talking to.
Oh, sorry, I'm Dr. Fier. I'm from Canaan.
Oh! I thought I seen a bit of holy litanies symbolisms on your wares. Just the black coloration kind of put me off. Don't you usually see that? Usually dressed more like myself. He kind of shows off his white and golden robes he's wearing.
I like to do things a bit different.
Well, you seem to be deeply involved in some stuff, I guess. Had a private conversation with Mr. Verman.
Oh, well, I know he's not quite from here. I do plan to travel around, so I'm trying to make some acquaintances.
Oh.
You see, I'm actually interested in the history of Azathia.
Many people are. Great big history, but everything somewhat shrouded, buried deep beneath the bushes and trees that lay on our beautiful country.
I've heard. I actually do plan to go on a couple of expeditions, so I'm trying to find some hands to help me.
Ooh, expeditions. Quite brave of you. Quite dangerous going out there. Definitely commend you for your efforts on acquiring knowledge.
Well, thank you. Well, I do hope you enjoy the last bout. Who do you think's gonna win?
Oh, if I had to put money on anyone, I would 100% put it on Calyx. Yes, just his legends, and well, I had quite a bit of conversation with Mr. Winston Coldsteel. He's kind of explains that they are searching for someone who's even capable of surviving in his presence. So I don't think any normal folk will be able to meet up to his match. But you know, I will be happy if it's proven otherwise.
Well, I would say I would agree. It sounds like he is quite immortal.
Yes. Immortal, who would have thought that such things is possible?
Yes, well, I guess since we agree, do you know anybody who you think I could maybe get some money from? I'm trying to look for a betting partner. Someone who would go against Calyx.
Well, there are a few proud Azathians inside of here. I think they are tied to their patriotic self-belief of our nation. So we have a few members of them inside of the heroes that are going to fight them. So if you can maybe find out some of them, you can probably make a pretty coin.
Yeah. And what of the fellow from Colas? Do you think he'd throw down a wager?
He's the one who convinced me that Calyx will most definitely also become undefeated out of this bout. So,
Oh, wait. So he brought him here even though he'd win?
well, we are, from him at least, he said they are in search for someone who could possibly survive in its presence, not necessarily even win against them.
Interesting.
Yes, that's the only reason why they even dare to take him across shores, since, you know, wider reach.
I see. And between me and you, they have tried to behead him, right? Or set him on fire?
Yes, from what I've heard, they tried literally everything. Well, unfortunately, people aren't able to approach him. And even if they did,
Oh.
his skin couldn't be pierced. Any poison was unaffected. They placed him underwater, which you will probably see as he's being released. It doesn't seem to affect him. Worst of all is he seems to be completely impervious to any sort of magic that we possess.
Oh, that's quite scary, actually. But we're safe up here, right?
Yeah, well, Mr. Winsburn has made all the efforts. I think he's currently overseeing all the safety precautions. But he also told me that he's quite the docile. Oh my god. How is that possible? For the viewers, you hear the Discord notification. That just means that we lost Matt once again.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Jeez.
He continues to say, yeah, he's overseeing the safety precautions, just, making sure that everything is as how it is, and we'll be safe. And like I was actually saying, he's quite the somewhat docile individual. He doesn't seem to do anything for the most part. He just mumbles weird things, and that's about it.
Right, because he turned himself in, right? Because he got bored of living or bored of killing?
I don't know. Winston just keeps telling us that he's just waiting for something.
As a player, that is super scary. Huh, interesting. Well, thank you for sharing so much with me. I will say Sunir is quite beautiful, so you've done a good job.
Oh, thank you very much. I'd like to take that compliment to heart. I hope you also enjoyed the Scout Lounge. Make special efforts for this one.
Good. Oh, and between me and you, the Light Commander, when he visited, was quite upset that he didn't have a warm welcome. So maybe when he returns after killing the demon, maybe prepare something.
Oh, well, I can only do so much in my position, but I will try my best. Probably have to talk with the Dukes and to make efforts. Well, that would be...
I don't think I can in my position, but I'll try.
Well, especially since, we lost 2 more Dukes since the demon attack. That makes it even worse now.
Oh, which were those?
Oh, you haven't heard? Well,
I haven't. I've been quite busy, unfortunately.
Oh, well, I think they're going to make a public announcement in 2 days anyways, addressing the public. Obviously, you can't just let something like that happen and then not address it. Apparently, Ludwig Säbelsohn and Johanna Sölieb were amongst the victims, and most unfortunately, both of the children from Johanna, Bo Peterson and Turalin, also were among the victims. They were in one of the towers that unfortunately crumbled beneath and lost their lives.
It was quite sad. Well, I should be getting back to the show. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, no worries. And please, if you ever have the opportunity, come back to the Sky Lounge. Always happy to see familiar faces.
Oh, you'll probably see me next week.
Oh, that's great to hear. Very nice.
Then I'll bow out.
Okay. And then so what was I saying? Oh. You kind of go back there, and the kind of once you sit down, kind of goes to crouches next to you, and he says, "Yeah, I've been, I've talked with a lot of people, not inside of here, but I mean in general, and it occurred to me that." He seemed to be a bit nervous around your presence, and he definitely was keeping some stuff to himself.
Oh god. Why do I always forget inside jokes?
That's why you have Endel.
Honestly, yes. Endel's here to cover all my weaknesses, all 20 of them. I think people from Canaan generally don't come down here, and with things I've been doing the last week, I think I put a lot of people on edge.
Yes, but I think it's different with him. It almost felt like he knew who you were and was deliberately changing some of the...
He knew me. That's right, he did mention that. He heard about me. Honestly, he shouldn't have. I'll think on it. Good work.
Just wanted to let you know. And...
Oh, and I have a feeling something's gonna happen during this last fight. So make sure you stay near me and watch my back. In return, I'll use my gifts to make sure that you're protected as well.
Yes, madam, sir, madam.
They both. Madam, I like madam. Yes.
Okay, no worries, madam. Neon Fighter Tilburn has your back. No one will sneak up on you. I have all bases covered. And then once again, he stands in his posture, a bit awkwardly so, but tries his best.
Good.
In his heavy armor, so it's too heavy for him. Well, not his armor, but his shield. And we return to the outside once again. The people who, I guess, since some of you wanted to kind of relocate, would you have relocated?
Yeah, I'm gonna stand like at the back. I know we were in like the 9th row, but like, what's the back row? Somewhere I can stand and have like a little bit of space around me and not be like squished up next to people.
You can sit next to the, well, not even, you can stand next to the, like I said, it's like an open space on top, so you could literally just stand on the top instead of going down into the sitting area, and you could just stand there.
Yeah, I'm just looking for like a little bit of breathing room to sort of like allow myself to feel a little bit more calm.
Yeah, you go kind of back there, and one thing you all do notice as you kind of, I presume Ari and Isra, you kind of follow Ari to not leave him alone.
I don't want to disappear because the dude that I like bet with.
Yep. I mean, you were sitting on the 9th row, so even if you were standing there, I guess you wouldn't be too far away. You'd literally be like maybe like 15 feet from where you stood if you go directly behind where you were sitting.
I'd like to Israel. We shouldn't let him go by himself, should we?
I mean, we probably should definitely keep an eye on him, but if he needs a little bit of breathing room, maybe if we don't crowd him, it would be better. So I'll start walking back down to our seat, to where we were sitting, and find my moss cushion and sit back on it.
Yes.
Alright.
Okay. You do see after like maybe half an hour has passed and people are like trying to go back to the original seats, you do see now that a kind of another division of these Lion Mane's Royal Guard have now entered the sitting area actually, and are now kind of encircling half of the interior, as in they aren't letting anyone sit beneath the fifth row anymore. So the first fifth row, 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are closest to the pit are being kind of warded off. As they're doing that, you can see several of them are starting to kind of attach. Oh my god. It's mad again. Oh boy. What is this? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? What is it this time? I swear to god, if it's a Transformers that exploded, I am going to lose it. Ah, shit! There he is. Oh my god! Oh!
I don't know what's happening with Discord.
It's always that. It's been like that all night.
Jesus.
Matt's Discord decides to shit itself, and then it's Felicia's right after.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
really
maybe
Always.
it's a US thing. I don't know.
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah.
My sister has spotty internet to begin with.
Dang. Well, apparently the same internet as Matt.
My internet's fine. It's just Discord.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh.
know.
Oh, then yeah, then it's probably is a NA server, or not NA.
Mhm.
Canadian NA too. American server. That makes sense. As I was saying, you can see several of the guards, always maybe like 60 feet. What's it called? Between, oh my god, every 60 feet there's a guard or several of them who are installing these kind of wads into one of the seats, and then after a while they kind of just elongate up into the sky, kind of extends, like seems like a mechanism that what's it called, those pointers you can pull out long and then pull back down. It's kind of like that, just in a large scale, and they kind of rise up, and you can see at the tip on several locations each time it kind of separates, to elongates, there are little holes inside of it with a glow, kind of a purplish glow inside of them, and they're currently setting this up. You can see a few of the people are kind of complaining that, you know, they can't sit any closer, but, you know, they just kind of shove them away, and no one is, you know, trying to make too much of a scene, since their presence is, you know, a bit more authoritarian with their armor and weaponry that they're carrying with them. And most of the people also kind of seem relieved that they're even doing this. Seems to be probably some kind of safety precautions that they are currently installing inside of here. And then you do hear that the announcer's voice kind of reverberates again as this is currently happening. It says, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you have noticed, some of the Lion's Mane Royal Guard have now started to install the safety precautions. This is all in means of your own well-being. So I truly ask of you, as great citizens of Zunanir, to not disturb them in their efforts. We will unfortunately have to disallow the use of the first 5 rows, as they stated that being too close can be threatening to your life or your health. We are installing safety precautions that will block any magical attempts to penetrate through, so anyone behind them will be in safe hands. I hope you can understand this inconvenience." And then the voice stops. And you do notice also that the groups that's been mingling here has also kind of diminished a bit. Maybe like a quarter of the people who were here originally have either, are still on the bridge or have left completely, and only like 3/4 of the original crowd is still kind of being around. So it is, although you wanted more breathing space, Eirik, ironically now, because half of the arena is kind of set off, people are now, clamped up even onto the deck itself. But it's very spacious on top, because you have a large platform there. Not everyone is like crowded, so you do have like more than enough. Like you aren't like squished together. You have like maybe 10 feet to the next person. So yeah, there's that. And Fiera, you can also see them, installing these things. And after maybe like 45 minutes have passed, you can see that the 2 war golems on this ship, this wide berth ship with this fortress on top of it, have now started to lift up something from under it. And you can see that they're carrying up a large box, maybe like 20 by 20 feet, 20 times 20 times 20 is a cube, up, and each of them are carrying these 4 metal rods that they then place onto their shoulders, and they themselves are connected to chains that then connect to the 4 corners of the top square of this box, and these 2 giant war golems kind of attach it and then kind of lift up the cube itself as it comes out. And you can see as the cube gets kind of lifted out, the majority of the guards are kind of, stationed around it in rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows. Seems to be like several hundred even on this extremely wide ship. Ship itself is equipped with a lot of like war engines or siege engines. So you can see these super heavy ballistas. They have a ballista boat that is around, how long? 7 meters in feet. I think that's like 20 feet long.
Something like that.
Or 14?
21.
Yeah.
21 feet.
A 21 feet long ballista boat that is just on this comedically large ballista boat that is kind of always auto-aimed on the cube itself, and you can see 2 of them on each side, and a variety of different other kind of weaponry that are stationed inside of there, as these war golems then proceed to step onto the platform and make their way into the arena itself. Obviously everyone who's in the vicinity gets kind of, pushed away, and they slowly start to descend. And with each step, these war golems just kind of shake the earth beneath them. As they slowly but surely make their way down the arena. And as they kind of get to the point where they would have to lift themselves down, since, it's a 20-foot or 30-foot drop, you can see that the one is placing his hands on the side and slowly putting himself down. But at that point, you can see that the rods that attach on the shoulders then elongate to make sure that the box is always stable and doesn't shake as he's doing so. And as he kind of climbs down onto the arena, the second one kind of follows, and as he kind of descends, the rods kind of retract again, and they then go into the middle of the arena where they just hold, and then kind of just go into a stasis position. After a while after that, as you can see, these 2 large bulking golems in the middle, the kind of cube in the air, see several other that almost look like more forge masters come out of some of the gates going there. Also seem to be dwarves, have some sort of armor as well, and they come out with these large metal pads, and they go to the feet of the golems and then start installing them onto the feet themselves and the legs, that they're covered in these kind of thick greaves that are set onto their legs. Their legs themselves, go about like 2 meters high, and then the entire golem itself is maybe like 5 meters, which is 15 feet, 20 feet, 15 feet, 15 feet. Around 15 feet high. And then so kind of like the entire lower portion is just being bolted shut with these metal platings. I say greaves, but they aren't shaped like shoes or anything. It's literally just steel plates that are being touched on it, and several layers on them. And that takes quite a lot of time until the point where you kind of get the notion, okay, an hour is about to end. And as the hour is kind of coming to a close, you do see that the people that were installing these kind of get finished. The last bit of metal plating is attached to it, and they then immediately kind of evacuate the area until the golems are left there with these just fat metal platings on their legs and with their two things. And as soon as the forge masters kind of are outside of the arena, the metal rods start going down and the cube descends, and then until it reaches the floor. The cube itself looks very, very, I guess in a sense, special. It looks a bit like the cube from Portal, in that the edges kind of protrude outwards. There's a circle inside, and there are several different rivets and holes and little spikes, it seems like, on each of the edges protruding out of this kind of metal case box. It is entirely blackened except for a few areas where a bit of silver shines through, but most of the box seems to be some sort of black alloy. Whether it was metal painted black or if it's maybe like obsidian or even onyx, it's hard to tell. But from a glance, especially from you, Eirik, since you kind of study materials in a certain degree, you would know that just from the refraction, how the light hits it and reflects, it's not necessarily that it has the color black, but it kind of distorts the light that hits it because it probably has a very unique crystal-like structure that allows light to penetrate it but not come out again, giving it a kind of black feeling. Which also means, since it has this special property, you would gauge that there's extremely good housing for magic enchantments or stuff like that. The better the material, the better the magic can be enchanted onto it. And this seems to be like no check needed. It's like immediately obvious, like, oh yeah, this is made for, you know, whatever enchantment you wish to put on it. And after a short while, you all hear the announcer once again. It says, "Alright, the safety precautions are now going to be activated. Anyone who is within the first 5 rows, this is your last chance to now exit." But you see no one inside of the first 5 rows. Everyone has taken major distances from it. And after a short while, you can see the tops of these installed poles in the viewing area start to light up. And then the sides, the points also. And then suddenly, between each of these poles, a deep purple but see-through kind of plasmatic gate gets created, sectioning off the inside from the outside, kind of creating this wall of force, basically. And then you can also see that once the outside area gets connected, as the final one gets connected, you can see that then these kind of streaks of purple light go over the entire arena and then create an entire dome that covers everything, and the entire pit itself is now inside of this magical dome that has been created. And then the voice says, "Alright, then let our second round come to its beginning. Please, dear viewers, you can now take the seats from, unfortunately, only the 6th row up, but I assure you that these safety precautions have to be made so that your health does not be in risk." And people start some of them are like fastly trying to get their seats because, you know, there are a lot less seats there, and some are just like, whatever, and kind of just stand up there to also take a distance away. I guess Isra and Arya, you're still sitting at your place. I presume you would just stay there. You do see the dwarf then kind of sit next to you once again after a quick while. Now he sits next to Isorel, since you were sitting next to Eirik and Arya was sitting next to him, and then he says, "So you're sure you do not want to wager a little bit?"
Absolutely not. No, I haven't changed my mind. I'm not gonna wager any money. The best I can do is offer you this rock, and I just druid craft like the dirtiest rock I can, and be like, I can give you that, so you leave me alone.
"Oh, a pretty rock from a pretty woman, I won't say no." Takes it. "Oh, how lucky I am. Alright then, our bit still stands, right?" And now he looks to Arya. You're muted.
Yep, we're still on for that gold. I'm gonna take your money.
"Oh, you think so? You think so? But I won the first one, and I will definitely win the second one."
I don't know.
"Well, whatever you say." And then he kind of just plumps down, and then, starts talking to the rest of the people who are kind of surrounding him now. It is very densely populated, obviously, since there are a lot less seats available. And I will ask all of you, is there anything you would like to do while the people are sitting down? Any last things you would like to do before begins?
Could I go to the restroom? In game.
Yeah, sure. I would have allowed all of game, but yeah.
Yes. Fiera would like to use the ladies' room.
Okay. For a specific reason? Or to use it?
Yes.
Okay.
No, for a specific reason, yes.
Then you can go to the restroom, and there's kind of like, you sure?
I'll be quick.
Okay. Should I follow you?
No.
I mean, outside.
You can wait outside the door.
Yeah, I don't want to see you shitting or pissing.
I would hope not. Yes, you may accompany me and wait outside.
Oh, okay. And
I feel like we have to go over your roll. Okay, we'll do that later.
okay. Since you're there, and you go to the restroom.
Yeah, is there like a, private booth or whatever, I assume?
Yes, a very standard, typical restroom.
What? Perfect. I will just go in there, and I will cast False Life at 2nd level.
Okay.
And then I'm tempted to send a message. I don't have sending. Whoops. Never mind.
You were just whispering this entire time.
Yeah, I'm pretty much whispering in the song. Oh, I don't have that. Okay, I'll just do False Life and head back to my seat.
Okay.
Because I forgot sending. That's my fault.
Then 11 temporary HP being placed on to Fiera. Okay. Then was
And then I'm gonna do something similar. I'm gonna pull out my little white cloth, and I'm gonna rip it up into 3 pieces. I'm gonna focus on Arya, Izarel, and myself, and I'm gonna cast Aid on each of us.
Oh, do you return to the seats then? Or do you do it just from up there?
I can just do it from up there as well.
Alright. That's one thing
Yeah.
to know. If you people...
Yeah, as 30-foot range, so I
okay.
figured.
Yes. Yeah, if you...
Yeah, so I'll just rip it up into 3 and sort of,
you just throw it at them.
Yeah, hey, it's a random person now gets 5 HP.
It's like, oh, wow, unexpected. Yeah, you do see a few people obviously kind of taking notice of what you're doing. It's like, okay, but you see in other areas, you aren't the only one who are like kind of prepping. Some people, you know, some of them are like tightening some of their armor. Some of them are just like kind of, you know, like low-key putting their shields in front of them, pretending like they're just only crossing the arm. So yeah, people outside, apart from you, are also very anxious on what is going to happen. Yes, but Irik and I saw you get. Is it just 5 healing or is it 5 temp? Because it says healing.
I don't know why it doesn't show the entire thing, but each target hit point max and current HP increase by 5 for 8 hours.
Okay, very nice. Then that.
Oh, one more thing.
Who's that
Do
for?
we?
Arya and Izrael, you two.
Okay.
Do we still have the mind link, right?
Yes.
Is Endel in the mind link?
I don't think so.
He was. I left Eirik out of it.
Okay.
Oh, so Rick's not gonna hear this. That's actually probably a good thing. As they're prepping things, people getting to see, tell us over the link. So I'm not sure if the rest of you are aware, but I believe somebody is targeting specific areas of the city to send a message. And this is the perfect opportunity to make a mess of things. So just be ready.
Yeah, we're kind of getting ready, and as I reply to Dr. Fiera, I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself. So I'm gaining a +2 to my AC.
So just these. Okay, how does the Shield of Face look like? Because that definitely has a
So
visual.
basically, I am outlined by a glimmer of like bluish, purplish light around me, and I'm just sitting there, kind of whoops,
Oh, jeez.
kind of glowing.
The guy next to you kind of just jumps up and is like, oh, 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 oh.
Just a little bit of precautions, you know, just in case. It is going to be quite a violent happening. Just don't want to get hit in the mess.
I mean, why do I think there's built these fucking walls over there then? He's not supposed to protect you then. Need some extra safety, you see.
Yeah, I as much as I want to trust they have our good interest in mind, I'm just gonna, no. I'm gonna do that for myself for now.
Sure enough. He kind of takes out a handkerchief and then puts it around his neck, since that's the only safety he has for himself. Just kind of ties it around like a bandana. It's like, oh, this will do. Hopefully no foul air will come here. And
Oh, and can you guys wave so I know where you guys are?
Gonna start going and reply, look for the shimmering person in the stands.
you can make a perception check with advantage since she is actually shimmering.
And I'm just standing behind them like,
Yeah, what the fuck are they doing?
They're waving their hands.
Oh, 20.
Hey.
Yeah, you can see them at the point. It's like, oh, that shimmering person.
Oh, I rolled a 19. That's okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I know where they're at.
Yep. You do see several shivering persons actually spotted like around.
Oh.
But you can't see the particular color of Iceral that you have come accustomed to, and the lanky figure of Ari also next to them. Okay, is that all the prep you want to make?
I don't remember. Just gonna. Can I ready a spell in case something specific was gonna happen?
You can, however,
Or was that?
it
Yeah.
only lasts for 6 seconds before the spells then
Yeah.
gets
That's
used.
what I was. That's what I couldn't remember. So yeah, it's gonna be it for me.
Okay, I mean you can, if you want to use a cantrip, because you can always hold a cantrip, you can already do that. You can all have prepared actions if you want, and then that is the first thing that will happen, just if you obviously cast a spell then. That will be...
Well, yeah, because basically what I was gonna say is I would ready up my guidance cantrip if we were to get hit. Specifically, if we were to get hit by something, to cast it on Arya. But it's, yeah, like you said, it's a cantrip, so it's pretty much at will. So
Yeah, I don't know that. Could definitely prepare a cantrip.
Yeah.
Any other preps you would like to make? Any prepared actions? Okay. That is a no then from everyone. You see that the 2 large war golems who are outside... Yes?
sorry, scratch that. I'm not gonna do that, because if I do that, then I lose my Shield of Faith. So I'm not readying anything.
Oh yeah, guys.
That's concentration.
It's 2 concentration spells. I can't do that. Never mind. I have my Shield of Faith. That's it.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah. Then, without that prep, or just kind of sitting there anxiously, and like I said, the 2 war golems who are kind of outside aren't there anymore, but instead you can see that 2 of the gates kind of open up, and the 2 war golems then walk inside, making it a total of 4 war golems now inside of the pit. They approach the 2 others, and they take 1 of the chains from each that are attached to these poles on the shoulder, take it out, and then attach it to their own shoulder, so it's now 4 war golems kind of holding that in place. And then they start to kind of walk back, and as you can see, as they're walking back, you can see that also the chain which is attached to also starts to extend with where they are going, as they're kind of, taking their steps back to the edges of the arena with these 100 feet chains just kind of linking them to the box itself. After that, they kind of put the take the rods out of their shoulders and then just jam it inside of the earth, kind of digging it several feet underneath the ground, and then they once again approach the box. And as they do so, you can see that they clasp their hands together like this, and then you can see that they're kind of form-fitting, and then they kind of make a sort of tube shape once they put them together, and then there's this hole in each side of the box where they kind of put their arms inside of, and kind of locks inside of there, and after that they stay stationary. And once that happens, you can hear the announcer once again. It is now time for round number 2 to start. The fight we all have been waiting for. Our 3 champions who have survived round number 1 are now going to enter the arena to try and face Calyx the Everdamned. Introducing now the Death Touch Whisperers. From their first success in the first round, they have slaughtered their victim mercilessly. And they step inside. And the second one, and the largest one, the Wall Crusher. And last but definitely not least, we have the Untouched. And as they say that, once again, they enter inside of the arena, and the kind of crowd that is still there starts to roar again, kind of to get the excitement up as 3 groups make their way inside. There's this barricade in front of you, even for the people on the Sky Lounge, except if you look at the Sky Theater, since the camera is kind of inside, you can have a clear view. It is not super opaque, its opacity is very low, but it does give everything this kind of purple sheen to it, or purple tint, so you kind of are looking at everything in a monochromatic spectrum, so to say. And as the 3 enter inside, they, you know, kind of wave and stuff like that, you can see that there have been 3 kind of dots placed that are about maybe like 100 feet away from the box itself, where they kind of all go towards you and then stand there, almost as if they have to wait. And they say, "All right, let's do not delay any further and start round number 2 of the Vellum Pit Fight of Crowns." And at this point, you can hear that the war golems start to kind of shift some of the energy inside of the cube itself. And at that point, you can... why is it not working? Thank you very much. See that there's like light trails of this purple energy kind of going over the entire cube. And you hear just a kind of unlocking sound. And after that, a brief moment, you can see. The reason why I'm talking like I did in the one shot is because my music isn't working. Why? I have prepared you for this, and now you go against me. Oh my god. I hate it. I hate it every single time. Every single time I wanna make something. Now someone has to do the trumpet noise. No, from that one. Oh, simultaneously. I will quickly restart my Roll20 because that usually works. So that's just a quick delay. I apologize. In the meantime, you can prepare yourself on what is about to happen.
Yeah, if this guy has the same effect from the thing in the one shot, oh my god.
Don't talk about that.
Please,
Still have
please,
PTSD
no.
from that. Especially after I went and looked at what the picture was.
Oh Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, that was so spooky. Literally frightened my character to run until they died.
Yeah. You gotta watch the one shot for that, and it seems like my audio is still being a bitch. Man, truly, the gods have forsaken me. Well, maybe... Oh, it does work. Okay, so... The... Oh, it doesn't. It just stopped. I will just continue. The box lights up and you can see these kind of little protrusions that are kind of hanging out of the box itself start to kind of turn a bit, and then just... Oh my god, Greg is still...
He's fine.
Okay.
I can still hear you.
Oh, okay. You can see that the little protrusions kind of turn a bit, and then they start to shoot out of the box. About maybe also 100 feet, and then they just get extremely taut and then stick in the air. And those with a keen eye, and especially Iris, you can immediately see these are immovable rods that have been shot out and then placed inside of the sky that are now kind of tethering the chains towards it. And you can see several, maybe 10s, 20s, maybe even 30s just kind of spring out of it that then clasp the air outside. And as this happens, you can see that then the war golems proceed to kind of lift up each side of the cube as they kind of detach in 4 separate ways. You can see like a pizza shape on the top and then each half on the bottom. And as they start to kind of take it off, you can see that immediately a kind of wet mist comes out of the gaps of when the plates get separated. And as you do so, or as they do so, you can see that this wet mist that kind of spills out immediately, almost as if the inside of this box was differently pressurized, and that's why it's kind of just vaping out. As the mist touches the feet of these war golems, the metal plating on the feet immediately starts to corrode. And as the metal plates get further apart, taking out, you can see each of the holes kind of separate from where the chains are attached. You can see that now, as the space is big enough, just a pool of blood kind of spills out of the cube and then fills the floor beneath it. And then just kind of takes up about maybe like a 60 feet radius from where the box itself has opened. And the first thing all of you can notice very starkly is you can smell a very distinct stench of heavy iron in the air. Immediately as the box was opened, you can just get a whiff as you're smelling of heavy iron, magnesium, and since you are become very familiar with it, of blood that hits your nose, and it's very, very, very strong. Even though this kind of barrier that surrounds you should maybe prevent it, or but maybe scent can just travel through, air can travel through. And then as the blood kind of reaches the floor, the blood that kind of touches the feet of these war golems, the metal plating immediately just kind of starts to rot away and even burn away as it kind of corrodes in a rapid pace. And when that happens, you can see the war golems immediately make the effort to step away and kind of separate now the each side of the box and revealing what is inside. Still some blood pouring down as the entirety of it was filled. You can see standing in the middle there, almost in silence, as kind of the crowd around you just kind of vamps away. It's not necessarily just the people are being more quieted. It almost seems like you just aren't able to quite hear them since you're focused. Something, it's like a gravitational well just for your attention is currently being pulled from the center of this pit. And you see a slender figure, very thin. He's relatively tall, seems to be maybe maybe like a 6 feet tall male, probably. Very dark black hair that kind of just covers his entire face. And there he is. And there he goes. I mean, I should wait.
I can't believe we just attacked the audience like that. Now everybody's dead.
Yeah, I mean,
It's over. New characters. At least Fear's
Don't
safe.
say that. I'm kind of liking this character.
you see
Up to the Sky Lounge.
this tall man. And as you're kind of looking at him for a while, it seems like I said at the beginning, this kind of purple barrier that is in front of you is kind of making everything inside purple. However, unnoticeably so, it's kind of shifted into grayscale. You don't see any color on this individual. His skin seems to be completely gray, even black at some points. The only bit of color that you see are his bulging veins kind of coursing through his entire body that are deep, deep blood red going everywhere from his shoulders to his hands. He seems very young for those who can able to discern his features. A almost like beautiful face, though you only see his nose and his lips. He doesn't seem like the 380 or however long this guy has existed inside of this box. He has very long hair that covers most of his face, and the other thing that is immediately noticeable is he is wrapped around in layers of chains. He has these kind of braces that are set on his upper arms where the 4 large chains are connected, that are connected to the golems, and the rest of the chains kind of just jut out of his body that are attached to these immovable rods that have been placed everywhere. Though as you look at this person, you don't really know its race. Doesn't have long ears, doesn't have any specific markings, since he is, that he looks like a human male. Your best guess, maybe from the skin color, would be the same as the director that you met. He also was kind of a darker skin and had black hair, but it's somewhat unclear. And for those of you who are looking at his face, he seems to have this confident smile about him, and this is what he looks like. And I will switch the screen so the others can also see this boy. There he is.
That is pretty cool.
As he's kind of just
That's awesome.
standing
That is amazing.
there with this light smile, and a wave of silence just kind of emanates. There's a weird thing that happens, and it's something that it's almost like everyone intrinsically knows as a child, that if your parents tell you if you cross a black cat or something, like it's a sign of bad luck. You seeing this guy, something inside of you just tells you in a weird, twisted sense that he's a omen for something bad to come. You don't know what it is. You don't know if he is the cause or if he's a messenger of something. You just get this instinctive feeling, now that you have witnessed this omen, whatever is to happen will be fulfilled. And as this kind of deep, almost like instinctive threat of your surroundings seeps into your mind, you hear a voice kind of whispering behind your ear, almost as if someone just kind of, sneaked up behind you and is kind of just right next to you, kind of blowing inside of it. And as you look around you, you can see people are still screaming and shouting and doing stuff, but you don't hear anything. But once this kind of voice permeates, you can see everyone in the crowd suddenly goes completely silent as you hear,
we are still casted in the Evergel, but I can smell the blood of the innocent in the air. But where art thou, blood of the divine? Still hiding from the black face? Oh, well, I shall wait a little while longer. But soon the time will come. Only a few more lapses of the dying moon, and all who hold signs of the divine shall soon be united once again. Remember this, O innocent people, whose blood has not been drained yet. When the sky is painted red and the moon starts to bleed, The crimson lunar eclipse will hold for me all the things I truly need. And when the scarlet rain hits the earthen floor, I shall rise again to hunt once more. And in that moment, you can see the three groups of the people who were supposed to fight him. Out of every single pore in the body, blood spills out, and they fall limply on the floor.
God.
And that's where we're gonna end today's session.
Yep.
Welcome, people, to the Omen.
Hmm. He's just crazy. Don't worry about it.
Shut up!
I got like legit cold chills during that. Like, ugh.
Good.
Oh,
He's a guy. He
Mm.
is a guy.
Yeah.
Fucking emo Jesus over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god. Man. That should be the title, I feel like.
Fucking emo Jesus.
Oh shit. That is a dope title. Dang. Yeah. We will see next week what this will entail. Or if it will change even anything. Whether or not it's connected to what you're doing, or if this is something completely different. Who knows? Who knows?
Hmm.
Only time will tell.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, since my players are speechless, I don't think we have to keep them here speechless any longer. So we will see you guys next week on the continuation of this episode. Hope you will join us. And yes, clap.
Oh, we can do that. We can do that.
Yes, there it is. There it is. Okay, bye.
Bye.